Good morning. I'll be with you in just a second. I got to do a couple of things. Good morning. Guten Morgen, meine Fräuleins. Okay, so futures are dealing with this level of support briefly above it and at the present below it, trying to turn higher. All right, let's see. Just scanning through a few things. SPY and the futures pushing a bit higher. All right. All right, VIX is a bit higher. VIX is trading 24, been trending this morning. We got back-to-back expirations Wednesday, Thursday. Today, Wednesday, we got expirations. Make sure you check out the gamma. Should be supportive for maybe a little strength into Thursday expiration, but the support, for lack of a better word, evaporates into Monday. So a bullish edge into tomorrow's monthly OPEX, and that the put interest that will be removed takes away some of the market support for next week. So given where we are, it's Wednesday. If we get a little bit of a rally and we head back up towards that 200-day, I might take a little bit more hedging exposure. I might take some more hedges on. Just because I haven't eliminated or I haven't reduced my equity exposure as much as I wanted to. I'm down to about 65% equities. So I wanted to get down to about 50%. I thought I could have just sold a bunch of stuff, but I would have taken a loss. And some of these stocks have already started showing signs of bouncing. I'm watching Lulu for a push higher. Watching the futures. Okay, we've got 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, the 13th of April. You have 5 days until D-Day. April 18th is a filing deadline for those of you who file income taxes. Anybody filed their taxes already? I'm sure a lot have. Okay, so we're getting ready for the opening bell. Okay. Yeah, JP Morgan has a lot of exposure, or had a lot of exposure. Still, I guess, unwinding the exposure in Russia, so not surprising. JP Morgan. They're currently off $4. JP Morgan. Let's take a look at JP Morgan. Okay, we've got 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. Make sure I have all my audio on. I missed the opening bell there a couple of times. All right, that's good. Okay, so I have a small hedge on QID that I started 2 days ago. And if it looks like we're going to fail more in the growth sector, I'll add to that hedge. Whenever the markets start moving lower, that's the same thing I do every single time. So it helps to cushion any downside risk. I still have 65% exposure to equities. I want to reel that back in a bit more as earnings start. Despite the REM song, it is not the end of the world as we know it, just like any other situation. Yes, inflation is high. I remember the late 70s, mid 70s. I remember the Carter years. We made it through it. Just like we'll make it through this transition. Yeah, but it's different. No, not really. It's always something. It's always something that makes the markets uneasy. People start selling. What I'm interested in right now is the bull-bear ratio. All right, I'm looking for this to turn. Okay, this is a very valid signal. Okay, whenever this starts to turn, watch for the markets to turn. Okay, when it peaks, you want to start thinking about taking some profits off the table. Okay, start reducing your exposure. I'm looking for industrial production at the end of the month. Looking for this to turn down or flatten out like it did back in 2018 and 2014. Both times, this was prior to the market's drawdowns at the time. Okay, so I'm waiting for that peak in industrial production. You can plot that over at stock charts, dollar IPI. Okay, I'm also watching housing starts despite interest rates for the month of April. We'll see how that plays out. We can have all the opinions in the world. We got to watch the data. Some of you do. Okay, I'm also watching unemployment rate in the lower panel. Okay, so we've got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go. Trading well. Look for the sectors that are strong today, if any. Okay, and they're off. And what are the Qs doing? What are the Qs doing? Qs coming off the lows from a close yesterday. Okay, JP Morgan's down $5. LABU is trying to move higher. LABU, watch LABU. LABU looks like a nice bounce here. LABU. Costco with a nice bounce. Costco. All right, that would be a higher low from earlier last week. METC, Ramco Resources, METC, that one's on the move. METC, inexpensive stock. I don't really know much about it, but it's moving higher. METC. Yesterday we saw some of the coal stocks. I think Frank, you might have taken something. Somebody took some coal. I think it was COAL coal. Arch and BTU. Those look good. Arch and BTU. Arch and BTU look good. All right. Nice pop there. Looking for a follow through. BTU. both of these higher. BTUs looks good. Let's see what kind of follow through we could see here. BTU, $20 stock. Let's look at the daily time frame. That's trending. All right, BTU looks pretty good. Costco pushing higher. Costco. All right, got a nice bounce in the SPY at the moment. We have those puts expiring today, tomorrow. That could light a fire under the markets. VIX is moving lower. Tick cumulative, looking for it to cross over. Tick cumulative. All right, I'm on the 4-hour time frame. Let me look at the hourly. There's no rush in the morning. Need your indicators or setups to fire. BTU. All right, I just started a position in BTU. It's a little early. Okay, BTU looks good. I bought some BTU. BTU. All right, that looks good. All right, so far, let's see what sectors are working. What sectors we've got? Believe it or not, we've got all sectors green. That's really wild. All right, so yesterday we saw strength in airlines. Strength in airlines. Let's go take a look at American. American. There goes American Airlines. Yesterday we saw that activity and thought, you know what? If this get above the 921.50 day, we could see a follow through. Delta. All right, Jets. 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 Delta. Save. Save last. What was going on with Save? Was that a buyout or something? I think I know Anton was in this the day it popped. I think you might have taken some profits off, right? Save. All right. Delta lifted by return to profit forecast, robust travel demands. Delta Airlines. Watch Delta DAL. DAL reporting a return to profit forecasts on robust travel demands. All right. So that's good. That's good. All right. So a few sectors are going red now. Okay, VIX is off over almost 3% now. VIX is lower. I expect VIX to bounce. I don't think it's going to be this easy, but we do have a lot of puts rolling off. It's about a 2-minute read. Just look at the gamma channel. SOXL. All right, so semis again. All right, say it isn't so. Trying to push higher. Yesterday we were up higher and then we closed lower. So not trusting that too much. Small cap energy. Thank you. Nvidia bouncing. Nvidia. Okay, so let's take a look at growth. See what it's doing. Yesterday. All right, so today we've got value stocks, not so much XLF, but the others are being bought. So if we see a bounce in growth stocks, it'd be interesting. CNQ continuation. CNQ, another pop there, CNQ. Okay, Alaska Air, gapping up and fading. JBLU, gapping up and fading a little bit. Jets, 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 Jets. Big move on Jets. Okay, Nvidia is still going. Nvidia. There's a triple bottom down here. We're on the bottom of this base. Nvidia. Okay. Delta, American, BTU. BTU, a little fade there from the open. Still looks good though. BTU. All right, so VIX is trying to bounce. FANG stocks showing some strength. All right, SPY still moving here. SPY has been on a buy signal since late yesterday, 3:30, 3:45. Had a valid signal at 3:45. We did get back the morning highs. Okay, most stocks are up and to the right. Let's see what Riot is doing. Riot. Riot is on a buy signal. On the 5-minute time frame, we look at the daily. Daily, we had potential for a 3-candle reversal yesterday. It's at the lower part of its base. I sold covered calls to protect myself. Been trading covered calls on Riot. Ethereum starting to move here. Ethereum. Let's see what that looks like. Ethereum. Okay, that's flat. Nvidia. What's Lulu doing? Lulu yesterday. Okay, Lulu is showing persistent strength here. The shorts are up against this 200 period. A lot of people on StockTwits are short. So any move above 390 would definitely incite a lot of buying or short covering. So watch Lulu. Most sectors are green. All right, so a few sectors went red for a few minutes. Let's see, where's that? XLF is still red, XLU is still red, but everything else is still green, led by semiconductors. Say it isn't so. Semiconductors. All right, seeing some activity thanks to strength in Nvidia. Nvidia still has a lot of work to do, but it's a triple bottom more or less. Save, fading. Jets. Okay, first 15 minutes. I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table. You know that I'm 65% long equities in my retirement account, individual stocks. I want to get that down to at least 60% by tomorrow. I was hoping to do that by tomorrow. So my reasoning is earnings season is underway, so I don't need anything that's going to, well, to look at it both ways. Really, what I'm looking to do is to reduce my exposure, my risk, and looking to collect cash so that when we do have pullbacks like in JP Morgan, once we start to see these banks settle, I'm not necessarily interested in banks, but I'd be interested in sectors that are strong. Maybe over the next few weeks, travel does pick up as much as Delta indicated, Delta Airlines, talking about robust travel demand, quote, unquote, end quote. So Tesla's up 3, AMC is trying to move here, AMC. AMC still in a downtrend on the daily. Trying to do something on the 5-minute reverse here. All right, SPY and individual sectors trying to turn here, turn higher. SPY continuation. Okay, let's take a look at bookmap. Make sure. All right, bookmap. Looking for support and resistance on bookmap. Right now, let me just fade this here. Okay, we got resistance at 44.12 and support at 44.04. We're right in the middle. There's a little bit of selling volume, supply at 44.10. 44.10. All right, we're starting to push through that level right now. There were some sellers there, starting to push a bit higher. So if we can get through 44.10 on futures right here, we're banging up against it right now. That's the ceiling, 44.10. We could see a two handle and a three handle move up to 12 and 13, 44.12, 44.13. Above that, 44.20 is a major supply overhead. So if we can get through 44.12, 44.15, that's about six handles. Then maybe we see a little follow through. SPY still looks good.
In 10 minutes' time, we do have the Bank of Canada rate decision. Forecast is for a hike, a 50 basis point hike, to 1%. We do also have the Bank of Canada quarterly report.
All right, just watching the markets. It's Wednesday. We've got expiration today and tomorrow. Grover, check your DMs. Of course, if you're in the middle of a trade, check it after you finish the trade, but check your DM. Grover, Brian. Okay, so futures are just sitting here between two levels, 44.06 and 44.10. All right, so we're just moving sideways at present, the futures. Consolidating. Looking for a move above 44.10. If we can do that, maybe we have a shot at 44.20, 44.20. All right, nice. Okay, SPY still moving here. Okay, ATRS. Let's see who some of these are, what they're doing. HPK. Pharmaceutical stocks. Let's see. Most actives on TradingView, UX exchanges. Been checking out TradingView lately. Pretty decent platform. Okay, SPY. All right, using Heiken Ashi. It's on a buy signal. You can see this buy signal. When these two lines cross over, this SSL channel gives you a buy signal. That was yesterday, just before the close, and followed through today.
Forecast for a 50 basis point hike to 1%. We do also have the Bank of Canada quarterly report as well.
4,400, 440 SPY is support resistance. It's resistance now being below it. So we're looking for a push higher. You can see we're starting to consolidate. I'm watching futures here, the book map. We've got decent amount of selling at 44.10. Supply, I should say. Supply at 44.10. Let me check deltas. Deltas are rising. That's a good thing. Deltas are starting to fade now. Okay. Sectors, all sectors are still green, except financials, XLV, and XLU. Okay, deltas are rising again. Supply at 44.10. Okay. Morning, everyone. Let's look at Canadian Natural, CNQ. CNQ, Canadian Natural. It's fading a little bit right here. All right, SPY. Keep an eye on SPY. A lot of people are betting 440 will remain resistance. Got a lot of puts down here that need to be monetized today and tomorrow. Two back-to-back expirations, monthly expiration tomorrow. Futures are rising. Watching these delta. All right, we're starting to see a little bit more aggressive buying here on Bookmap. Deltas are trying to keep pushing higher and bullish. Yesterday, we got the best levels of the session. Yesterday, we had 16,000 deltas, cumulative volume deltas. Right now, we have plus 11.8, trying to get above plus 12,000. If you're watching, delta is green on the day, so that's a good sign for the bulls. Okay, EMC is trying to push a bit higher. Watching SPY here. All right, so we're sitting here at 440, no follow through. Futures just chopping around, pretty tight range. Lows this morning, 43.98 a few minutes ago. All right, Delta's coming back down a little bit. All right, while we're waiting for SPY, look at a few stocks here. Gap Stores. Gap is looking good here. Gap GPS retail. All right, Gap big bullish engulfing.
10 seconds. Hike, 50 basis point hike, 50 basis point hike.
Oh my God, guy, chill. Man, dude really had too much coffee. All right, so we got a 50 basis point hike. Everybody knows it's going to be a 50 basis point hike. So, man.
Implement increases in policy rates, which is the bank's primary monetary policy instrument. The Bank of Canada says it is ending reinvestment in the government of Canada bonds. Maturing bonds will no longer be replaced and balance sheet will decline over time. Bank of Canada says it will use monetary policy tools.
Man, this guy is really excited. Okay, I got to tune out. I got to tune this guy out. He's a little bit too emotional. Hike, rate, hike. Jeez. That's financial juice, by the way. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit. Pulling back, as you can see. Some of these stocks are responding. SPY, a little pullback. I'm waiting for these two lines to cross over to be a sell signal. I'm watching this signal down here at the bottom. Dude's a little bit excited. Kraft Heinz, defensive, KHC. Thank you, Ken. KHC, Kraft Heinz. Kraft Heinz looks pretty good. Nice volume. KHC. KHC, nice trend. KHC, nice trend. Bank of Canada says risks to inflation outlook are roughly balanced, but the upside risks are greater concern because inflation is very high. Bank of Canada has updated the estimated range of nominal neutral interest rates to 2 to 3%, 0.25 percentage points higher than in April 2021 reassessment. Bank of Canada raised the overnight interest rate to 1.0% to start quantitative tightening on April 5th. Bank of Canada says the Canadian economy is moving into exit path. Labor market conditions are tight and the economy operate beyond. Kraft Heinz looks good. I like it. I like it, Ken. With a 50-cent stop, trailing stop, that's probably just going to keep trending. All right, AMC. AMC's on the move. AMC's on the move, 18 plus. KHC looks good. It's on a buy signal this morning. KHC, Kraft Heinz. Let's see who else is on here. American Airlines. Still going. American. AAL. Let's see. Check out AMC. AMC is on the move. American. All right, deltas are still rising.
Just taking a look at the markets here, the Canadian dollar fluctuates around 1.2660 after the Bank of Canada rate hike down 0.1% on the day.
All right, the deltas are still rising. Interesting enough. The bulls are they're still buying here. The deltas are rising. They're plus 12,300. Okay, here we go. Aggressive buyers now. Aggressive buyers here on the futures, pushing higher. American Airlines looks good. Let's look at the ES futures. Okay, you can see this buy signal this morning. Still no sell signal, just a buy signal on the ES futures. Okay. All right, we came up to 44.05, and a bunch of sellers, just a bunch of supply just came in at 44.05. All right, so there's still some supply. 44.10, 44.10. That's another seller or supply up there, passive seller. Then we have one at 44.15. So basically, if we get above 44.05, we're trading through supply. Okay, there's sellers up there. All right, Viru's back again. Viru's back. Viru is back. Let's take a look at Viru. Veru. Viru's bouncing here. It's on a buy signal since late yesterday over here. That was kind of a lame signal, but watching it nonetheless. Our delta's drifting a bit lower. All right, American Airlines still going. American. Relative strength on American Airlines, pushing away from VWAP, AAL, American Airlines. You can see that strength. Nary a sell signal yet. It's got an ATR. Let's see. American has an ATR. An ATR of 85 cents. It's up $1.50. The 200 day is right overhead. AAL 200 day. The 200 day is at 1879. All right, so that's resistance for now. If we get through that, this expansion day, nice volume, nice volume. All right, futures a little bit lower now, a little bit lower. All right, semis are flat, just below the high of the day. What's the FANG stocks doing? FANG stocks looking for a higher low. Nvidia printed a higher low. Now we're looking for a higher high. Nvidia still on a buy signal. Nvidia, AMD still on a buy signal. ATER, American Airlines. American Airlines looks good. It's got resistance just overhead though. Futures pulling back a bit more. All right. We still do not have a bullish cross on tick cumulative. However, we're seeing 3-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. Still looking for a tick cumulative cross. We're almost 2-to-1 on the NYSE. Up volume leading. All right, so it is what it is until it isn't. All right, so such a profound statement there, Vinny. All right, so Dollar Tree, was looking for a little bit more of a fade on Dollar Tree, so I'll come back to that. JETS, Jets. Still going. Jets still on a buy signal. All right, so JETS is on a buy. It's continuing here. If you have TradingView, this is a really nice indicator. It's got a pretty good win-loss statistic. It's called the SSL channel. Okay, check it out, SSL channel. There's a couple of videos out there on YouTube. I've been testing it out over the last few days. I wasn't going to say anything until I started to see a little bit more, but these pretty good signals. SSL channel. Okay, you need a subscription. I think it's pretty cheap. I have for the last few days, I've been using the trial, but I plan on just purchasing a year's subscription. I like using this along with the stock charts, which has very robust chart lists that I can look at very easily, very organized. I've been using stock charts for 20 years. I built all of these chart lists and indicators and everything else. So I'll still use that, but I'm checking out TradingView. Check it out. SSL channel, pretty cool. Whenever these two cross over, all right, whenever these two cross over here, all right, let me go to like a longer time frame so you can see it, like a 30-minute chart. American Jets, 30-minute chart. Okay, you can see how this morning, we got this crossover and price is moving higher. Also, the bottom panel, that's funny name, Willie. It's based on the Williams percent R. Okay. Buy signals from below. That's SSL channel. Just check it out. It's pretty interesting. All right, so the fertilizer stocks were hot yesterday. I see Susie mentioning those, CF. Okay, that pulled back. All right, so you can see the sell signal there on CF, obviously, this morning. Let's look at the earlier action. All right, so you got a sell signal up here, up at around 111. 110.50. So the better of almost $2 now. So pretty decent indicator. All right, let's see what the others look like Mosaic. Mosaic is also lower. LXU. I've been looking to buy LXU again. We sold LXU into strength. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, I'll come back to that. All right, so Delta Airlines are in play. Okay, you can see the buy signal here on American. You got the crossover down below. It looks pretty good. So intraday, this probably is a nice scalper. Always learn something every day. My dad said that to me many, many moons ago before he passed away. Great man, always shared his knowledge. You know, he loved his kids. Learn something new every day. If you don't learn something new every day, you wasted a day. You know, we're only here on Earth for so long, right? You're born and then you die. Watch American Airlines here. American's very strong, folks. American. American Airlines got a squeeze on American starting to go right here. On you got a squeeze on. Look at that nice follow through. Look at the volume. This is Heiken Ashi, okay. All right, SPY. Look, everyone knows that the Fed's going to raise rates. You know, I see a lot of opinions in the trading room, and most of you take your opinions, you think about it, but then you watch price action. Price action right now, the only way this can be moving higher is if institutions are buying. Now they just, I don't know what they're doing, but I can see the price action moving higher. So they know that the Fed's going to raise rates. We know where the 10-year is, the 10-year yield. I see Russell mentioning the 10-year. The 10-year is pulling back in. So the 10-year yield tends to consolidate. It runs for a few days, a week or so, week to 7 or 8 days, maybe 2 weeks, and then it consolidates. 10-year is not just going to keep going. Well, I don't know this for sure, but the 10-year is not just going to keep going higher, unabated. Occasionally, people are going to take profits. Futures, that 44.10 level is being tested again. We got deltas rising again, up to 13,600 and cumulative deltas. All right, so futures look good. All right, SPY, watching this right here. Got another crossover. This one's more of a bearish cross. Watching this signal down below. Yeah, Delta. Let's see what premium looks like on IV on Delta. Thanks, Frank. That's a good point. Implied volatility is only 40%, 47%. DAL. All right, soon though. B band's expanding. Yeah, yeah. So Delta, I'm seeing a lot of good comments about Delta Airlines. All right, American Airlines is run up against Delta, American. All right, American, take some profits. American just hit the 200-day, a little supply there. All right, what's BTU doing? BTU started the day nice. That pulled back. All right, so look for BTU to continue. BTU. BTU consolidating right now, looking for a follow through. Okay, sectors are still all green except for real estate, healthcare, XLU. Okay. All right, I'm going to switch back to stock charts. All right, so back to stock charts. American Airlines, you can see we're running up against the 200-day. We found some resistance there. All right, so we tagged the 200-day. You'd expect to see some supply right there. This 1857 and this 1908. You can see all along in here, people got stuck on the reversals, reversal. That's supply overhead. All right, so there's supply here. People, the stock has a memory of this area, and most likely we'll see some resistance until we get through the area. Once we get through 19, it's much like Walmart was at 147. Walmart had this memory of 146. Every time we came up to it, we got sold off like 5 times, 6 times. Once we got through that level, that supply is gone. Now we got new buyers pushing this higher. Walmart's looking pretty good here. Walmart,
forecast minus 0.6 million on the prior minus 2.041 million.
Target, Walmart looks pretty good here, folks. You might want to think about a position if you've traded Walmart before, like Steven. Steven trades Walmart a lot, so he knows how to trade it. He knows what to expect with Walmart. Let's look at Costco. Costco. All right, so bounce on Costco. Target. Target took a few shares yesterday on Target. Basically flat at the moment. Target above the 200-day. I'll add to it. Target. Looking for a follow through here. Target 235. All right. American Airlines still fading. People have realized that it hit the 200-day. Those that weren't paying attention, seeing a little bit of profit taking. A move above the 200-day would be impactful. All right. So a lot of these airlines look good. Anton only likes Alaska. That's okay. They're all looking good. I don't need to pick one. Just buy Jets, JETS, doing well. Jets has got an ATR of 75 cents. Jets is up 88 cents. So the expansion day in the airlines, seeing that across many names. All right, but American has had its high for the day, it looks like. Let's see. Microsoft. Okay, so these are just coming out of a base. If I was looking to buy Microsoft, it'd be down in these areas once we start to see some volume. I don't see the volume confirming yet. So I do like the base, but I don't like the volume yet. Okay, I'd rather buy down here than up here at the highs. Buying the pullback. So Microsoft, it's okay. Nvidia, also in a triple bottom, forming a base. This volume has to pick up. It has to exceed this volume, and I need to see it for like at least a week or two of volume, like we had over here the 3rd week of March. I need to see that higher volume than what we saw when we were selling here. The fact that we sold off is a good thing, though, because institutions buy the dips, they don't buy the rips, the highs, 52-week highs. Well, some of them do. Some buy high and sell higher if the stock is in play and the whole market is strong. All right, so right now you can see growth is leading. It's still below the 21-day. The trend is down, so you're trading counter trend. Cyclicals are sitting on the 21-day. I would really like, if we want to trade the indices, I'd like to see these sectors also seeing some activity. Right now, we've got all sectors green except for financials, healthcare, real estate, and utilities. Everything else is green, led by semiconductors. Semiconductors are leading. Semis are leading. Let's keep an eye on Nvidia. Nvidia and AMD. AMD. Okay, so AMD pretty clear. Let me go to my AMD chart. I think I have one or two. AMD. All right, so here's AMD. Pretty obvious wedge that I'm seeing here. All right, so you got this downtrend and you got these lower lows. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this range because we traded below it. Okay, so major resistance there overhead. Major resistance there. Okay, SPY holding up very well, all things considered. Delta with the gap up. This is for the new members, okay? If you find yourself trading on an opinion, double check your reasoning for your trade, all right? You should be trading with respect to price, volume, supply, demand, and knowing where these levels are. Right now, futures are still banging around between 4,400 and 4,410, supply and demand. 4,410 is support, demand, supply overhead at 4,410. We're just moving sideways, and deltas are positive on the day. That's important. They're not negative, they're positive. Now, they are fading occasionally from the highs over the last couple of minutes during the morning, but generally they're mostly positive. Now, these started to trail off like immeasurably at the supply zone overhead at 44.10. Can't seem to get above that. So that's about 44.10 on SPY. That's that supply zone on futures, about the same level. But futures are just chopping around sideways. So anyway, this Nvidia chart I'm watching very closely. All right, you see where RSI is. So the trend is down. We're in a wedge. We need to start to trend higher. I'm really not that interested in trading AMD. I have a small position. I'm currently down on that one. I was going to sell it on Monday. But I said, you know what, I'll give it a little bit more time. I could regret that, but we'll see. That's one of the positions that I'd like to see a little bounce back to, say, 107. I could get out with maybe about a 5% loss. I hate to sell it down here because you know that institutions will be buying these dips. But if the whole sector starts to fall apart, then, you know, we're probably going to have some issues. Nvidia triple bottom. Good to see buyers here, but need to see a lot more volume. So as far as sectors are concerned, let's go take a look at the other semis and see who might be the strongest. They might be something that we're not paying attention to. Semiconductors. Okay, let's see who's doing what here. Summary. Rank these. Taiwan Semiconductor. Interesting. Taiwan Semiconductor, one of the strongest. TSM. Double bottom. It's got a stop. It's got an ATR of $3. It's up 4. So I wouldn't chase it here. I'd look for a little dip. If it holds down here and gets above 103, 104 by next week, this could be really good, or by tomorrow. Double bottom, pretty good risk reward. So 1 minute remaining now.
And I'll be leading with the US EIA crude oil inventories.
All right, deltas are rising again on the futures. Delta's rising again. 4410 is a major level on ES. ES. Delta's rising again. All right, so we're still chopping around. Okay, so BT, let me look at TSM on the 2-minute chart. TSM, we'll watch this for a few minutes. Taiwan Semi. Yeah, yesterday we saw CCJ. I think Susie mentioned it too, CCJ. This past weekend, there was a lot of conversations on Barron's and on Bloomberg about uranium and Russia's control of a large portion of our uranium, which is, you all know the story there. UU. All right, so that followed through, a little shooting star there, but trying to get through this zone, and then maybe 1139. UEC, another one, uranium. Yeah. Thanks, Frano. That's what I mean about teamwork. You know, you put something into my head that I forgot to check for the morning. You can't think of everything. Maybe you can, but it's good to know. Love the teamwork in the trading room. I have a position in UUUU. It's up for the past 2 days. I bought it on Monday. I think it was Jeff over at Jeff in Arizona mentioned he'd been following UUU. I took a look at it, and then we had that Bloomberg conversations about Russian control of uranium and Barron's. I believe there was an article in Barron's I was reading. I think it was Barron's. I don't think it was IBD. But price action still pushing. I'm going to switch screens again. All right. All right, BTU, UU. Okay, you can see these are on buy signals. All right, since right here. This is hourly chart. All right, starting to fade a little bit. CCJ, nice pop, flag on a buy signal since this morning. Late yesterday, today we got the follow through. All right, so 440 is a major level that we are banging up against futures, as well as 440 on SPY. That's a major level. 4,400 on the S&P 500. We're still, deltas have been fading for the last 2 minutes. All right, so unless we get above 440, we could trail off. I know Russell's looking for a fade the rest of the day. All right, let's look at crude oil, USO. Crude oil, okay. IYT, transports. Transports look good. You can see we're on a buy signal since late yesterday and followed through today. Volume is a little bit suspect over the last 4 bars. This is a 15-minute chart. Okay, IYT. Okay, that's bouncing, triple bottom. Transports, that got a downgrade. A couple of names in, in that sector got a downgrade last week, excuse me. XLB, I'm looking for a little pullback in XLB. We're getting it. I'm looking for that zone between 137 and 138 to hold. We got an aging population. I think this little pullback most likely will lead to an opportunity on XLV, healthcare. Watching healthcare. Currently in a downtrend on the shorter time frames. So let's look at the hourly. Okay. We are downtrending. We don't have a bullish signal yet. So I'm looking for a bullish signal to get back into XLV. Okay. Okay, we keep testing that 440 zone. Keep testing that 440.
So more comments from the EIA saying US crude stocks in SPR last week dropped to the lowest level since March 2002.
All right, looking for a buy signal on SPY on the hourly time frame. We've been in this descending channel for over a week and a half. Okay, we talked about that last week. We need to get above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. That usually indicates a change in trend, whether below or above. So watch your 60-minute chart. Okay, so we're trying to push higher here. SPY needs to get above 440. Above 440 would be good. $440. Okay. Thanks, Chris. 9.4 million barrel increase. I see Mondo talking ATER. I like it. Been on a buy signal since yesterday. ATER. Looking good. 250 up to 5. Okay, you can see the weekly time frame, what Mondo's looking at on a buy signal on the weekly, second week in a row. ATER, that's one that was mentioned several times over the last few weeks. Looks good. SPY still needs to get through 450, excuse me, 440. There goes ATER on the move. Nice one there, Mondo. All right, we're still getting rejected here. Futures, a little dip. ATER, watching that one. Okay. So I hope everyone had a good evening and having an even better morning. Just watching the SPY pulling back now. Futures pulling back. Okay, American Airlines, 1860. All right, ATER starting to move here. Yeah, Mondo, I got 5 million shares just traded on ATER in the last two bars, 2-minute bars. Still pushing. It's on a buy signal since about 10, 10:30, 10:40. All right, so higher lows on the futures. Deltas are still deltas.
So just a reminder for you, Bank of Canada's Governor Matlin is due to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We have just posted out the video on the top of the financial news feed if you want to have a watch.
What are you watching? PSX? PXS? Not familiar with that one. Oh, yeah, I think you've traded that before, right? PXS? All right, flag. It's on a buy signal. All right. Aggressive buyers here on the futures. Aggressive buyers. Futures, aggressive buyers. Still in a downtrend. The hourly has been in a downtrend since peaking over a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. This is day number 11 from the peak on Tuesday. Wednesday set off some selling. At that point, that finished a 12-day run that we were taking profits. I was at 79% exposure to equities. I've since backed it off to 65%. taking profits off into strength, reducing the number of positions I have open. Still looking for scalps that'll be in and out. So some of these are scalps that'll be in and out during the day. ATER is one of those. Looks pretty good here. Building nice volume here. ATER. ATER still going. You can see this buy signal right here. The lower indicator crossing over to the upside, moving through this zone was a valid signal, and that's following through now.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says there is more of a worry about recession prospects in Europe.
Nice follow through. Let's see, ATER. What is its ATR? It's probably beyond its ATR already. ATER has an ATR of 50 cents. It's up 60. All right. I laugh only because these penny stocks, a lot of times you get inexperienced traders buying penny stocks exactly the opposite of the way you should. You should be buying dips. If you're buying it today and at this level, these are scalps. It's already past its ATR. So it's not like it's going to rip to 750 today. Just watching. A nice little fade there. Some people taking profits.
Yellen says the labour market measures is the tightest in my lifetime.
All right, still can't get through 440. So 440 is obviously resistance. Keep banging up against it, can't get through it. We briefly pushed through it this morning at around 940, 945, 950, but quickly saw sellers coming in, supply. So that's pretty important. If we get through 440, this could run up quite a bit. Uh, you can see this indicator is flat right now on a 1-minute chart. Can't get through 440, can't get through the kitchen door. We're just consolidating here. You can basically get a flat VWAP if you're looking at VWAP charts. All right, Delta, flagging, Delta, American, looking pretty good. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Jets, 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 flagging at the highs, Jets.
Yeah, it cites it's a very critical juncture for the global economy. Yeah, that says it is not impossible to slow inflation and to maintain.
Yeah, LABU.
That does bring us way now to 10 minutes. It's still on the right? Just got the back from 11 a.m. Time. We have posted out the video on the financial feed. Watch.
All right, let's see what my covered calls are doing on Riot. I have a, all right, 374 now. All right, let's see. All right, so we got some buyers coming in. Okay, let's see. Riot 370. High tick alert. High tick alert. Okay, so we're pushing up against 440 again. We bang up against it enough times, we're going to take it out. That's usually the thought. Every time we bang up against 440, eventually we break out. So you can see higher lows. All right, so the pressure is building. Bears are going to have to move their stops up pretty soon. If this breaks above it, any stops that are here, maybe they adjust them, maybe they just take them off, maybe they stop out. But a move above 440 is what we're watching for right here. Futures, we continue to bounce. We now more supply now, more supply showing up at 44.10, 44.10, 44.10. Yeah, Tony, covered calls are a pretty easy strategy to trade. You mentioned you're sitting in shares. So for Riot, for example, I have shares in Riot. All right, so I have 300 shares of Riot. Every time I sell covered calls, I'm currently up 43% on those calls, by the way. I sold them at 535. They're currently trading 374. So when you say you're sitting in positions looking for them to move higher, I'm doing the same thing. I sold a 20 call in January, and right now I could take it off with a 43% profit. But what I want to do is I'm just going to sit here on Riot until it decides to start moving, and I'll collect that premium. So covered calls are what's called a level 1 options approval in your broker. You just have to have, for every 100 shares you have, you can sell one call or one put. A lot of people don't even think about selling premium, debit or credit spreads. Credit spreads where you sell the close to the money call or put, and you buy the out of the money call or put, and you make the difference between the two. That's a credit, and you can make that premium by selling that difference while you're waiting. Some people do it. Prism likes to do it naked, where she might sell like the Riot 15 put without knowing that she could get assigned the shares at 15. The only problem is if Riot dropped like 50%, you might get assigned at 15. It could be opening at 10. So that's the one problem. That's why I like to do credit spreads. If it's a quality name, usually you don't have to worry about something like that. But the end result is that you could get assigned those 100 shares. So if you sold puts and you think the stock, it's a bullish strategy, you're looking for the stock to move higher. So if you're not selling premium, you're missing a big part of the game, which is traders not realizing they can make income while they're waiting for a stock to perform, or if they're in a position that hasn't broken out yet or is in a basing mode like Riot is at the present time. All right, so futures, I'm still watching. There's a big supply zone overhead at 44.10. Can't seem to get through that. Deltas are still plus 14,500. The markets, VIX is moving lower. The markets have digested a 50 half a percent rate hike, 50 basis point rate hike. That came out this morning, and markets sold a little bit, but buyers came right in and started picking up shares. Tick cumulative is about to cross over on the 60-minute time frame. The only way that's going to happen is if institutions are buying the dip. They're buying more than they're selling.
We will shortly be receiving comments from Bank of Canada's Dr. Macklin when she does speak at the Bank of Canada press conference.
America. Okay, we break through 440. Watch this could light. Okay. Yeah. If you're not selling premium,
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem here says the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on growth in Canada is likely to be small. He says we need higher interest rates and as the economy.
all right, just sitting here watching this level.
Canadians should expect rates to continue to rise towards the neutral setting. The current estimate is that this.
All right, so you can see we're building higher lows.
Canada's Governor Macklem says, on the other hand, we may need to take rates modestly above neutral for a period to bring demand and supply back into balance and inflation back to target. Macklem goes on to say, if demand responds quickly to higher rates and inflationary pressures moderate, it may be appropriate to force hikes once we get closer to the neutral rate. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has started speaking with Deputy Governor Carolyn Rogers. The video is on the financial feed if you want to have a watch.
Breakout's imminent. If we can get through 440, we should bust the move here. We got higher lows. We're still on a buy signal. ATER looking for a follow through. ATER looking for that follow through. Okay, so you can see the signal is just moving sideways, not doing anything right now. Looking for the breakout. It's already traded its ATR for the day. So ATER, I don't think it's going to get much above 625. If it does, that's because momentum traders are playing with it, and I would sell into that strength. It's got an ATR of like 50, 60 cents. ATER. It has an ATR, I think we just checked at 60 cents, right? 60 cents. All right, it's currently up 60 cents. So any pop in ATER, I would sell into strength. You probably could see a move to the 200 period right overhead. That's right around 610 or so. Futures deltas are still climbing. They're 15,400. Tick cumulative is about to cross, trying to show a cross. We've got 4-to-1 up volume. NASDAQ 4-to-1 up volume. Okay, we're going through 440 here. We're going through 440. SPY is gonna go. It's gonna bust them. There we go. There we go. You're on your buy signal, and we're off. We're off. We're through 440. Aggressive buyers. $44.20. $44.20. Next supply. VIX is drop. Kerplunk. There we go, folks. Doing the exact opposite of what everybody's thinking the markets are going to do. But they raised rates. They have a point. So what? As Charlie Munger would say, so what? I love Charlie Munger. The guy is just so brilliant, you know. the things that come out of his mouth, aside from the jokes, so much knowledge. Warren's like a little boy next to him, you know. They're both really good, obviously. All right, here we go. We're zipping higher now. Okay, HYG. All right, so here's if you're a new member, if you're a new trader, you want to watch HYG. See HYG? Nick is bringing up HYG. This is called a risk on indicator. All right. So the people who would trade HYG and junk bonds would not do it if they thought the markets were going to fall apart. Okay. They'll be easing into this. Granted, this is only 1 minute chart, but on the daily, you want to see junk bonds reverse. They're still coming off the lows, but this is looking better. So better. And if this was doing what it was doing last week over here, then we'd be much more bearish. The fact that it's starting to reverse and move higher is telling us that these particular traders are starting to come into the markets. They're starting to buy positions. They're looking for HYG and junk to move higher. They're taking the risk on. IWM, another sector where we want to see a bounce out of this base. IWM is a risky asset group. Risk on or risk off. Lately, it's been risk off. Okay. Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a risky asset. BTC. Coin. All right, so Bitcoin, we want to see that moving higher. So it's still moving lower. So this risky asset is still giving us a risk off, but it's starting to show some wicks down here. Okay, well, watch this signal down there. Once this starts to cross over and we get the crossover like over here, we could have a week or two of nice follow through on Bitcoin. I would suggest if you have a trading view subscription, check out this indicator, SSL. It's pretty interesting. I've been using it for about a week now, testing it out in the background, and it's pretty accurate. Use Heikin-Ashi. You use Heikin-Ashi candles, and this signal down below, it's called the Willie. It's based on Williams percent R. I know it's a weird name. I didn't call it that, but pretty good. SSL channel and this. And if you see signals, let us know in the trading room. It's all about teamwork, all about teamwork. Okay, so American Airlines, we're watching for a follow through. American Airlines with a bullish engulfing. Okay, this is a daily chart. Let's take a look at the 1 minute chart. Still on a buy. Still on a buy after this little dip this morning over here. There's a 1 minute chart. Let's look at the 3 minute. Still on a buy signal. The 200 days up here north of 1882 or so. The 200 day. That's resistance. Costco's up $7.85. Costco, I love Costco. Costco's been on a buy signal. Uh, 10.15. All right, so Costco, we got a buy signal here. Check out this indicator. I'm telling you, you're going to see some things that you didn't see before. People will say, yeah, you just need price, which is true. If you use the two, it's confirmation. So you don't get false signals. So right in here, you can see some false signals as we went sideways. Now, when this crossed over to the upside and you get this crossover and we push away from this zone, this highlighted zone here, and the volume picks up, that's a valid signal for scalpers. I'm watching Bookmap supply. Volume is tapered off a bit in that they're not aggressively buying or selling, where supply is at 44.20 now, and demand or support is building at 44.14, so it's pushing higher. They're pushing their bids higher. And we're almost about ready to eclipse 20,000 deltas right now, plus 20,000 deltas. Plus 19,500. Okay, Costco looking good. ATER, looking for the follow through. ATER. Let's see, ATER. Okay, so you can see that's a sell signal right there. Watching this, if it starts to drop down, these are sideways, so I'm watching ATER at the moment. All right, so you can see that signal. See how it just popped back up there? All right, so this is fluctuating right here for a continuation. ATER has already traded out its ATR for the day, so its average true range for the day is 60 cents. It's was up 60 cents. It's now up 43. All right, SPY. Keep an eye on SPY. I want to see that follow through. If you got calls from yesterday, the 440s, 441s, 442s, I'd be taking some profits. Could have a nice follow through. Let's see what the S&P looks like. S&P. Remember, semiconductors were the strongest sector this morning. That's pretty interesting. Semiconductors. All right, so I'm looking at my S&P 500 daily chart. You can't see it, but I'm looking at my S&P 500 daily chart. RSI is starting to turn back up again, still negative. That C pivot that we've been looking for, that Elliott wave, that C pivot would be a higher low. A is down there at 41.60. B is at 46.30. C is right in the middle, and we're looking for that bounce. Ali was looking at this as a potential inverted head and shoulders on the daily time frame. So I saw what you were looking at there. The depth of the valley in the pullback, we were down 5.5%, 5.47% from the B pivot that we saw at the end of March to the C pivot that we're trading right now. We're looking for that CD leg higher. Okay, let me switch screens. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Okay, so you can see right now we're still waiting for that leg higher to D. That's around whatever it happens to be. People right now are in disbelief that the markets didn't immediately just sell off and retest that. I'm being sarcastic. Retest that January 24th low. We've been looking for this C pivot. We're below the 50-day. That's a little bit more uncomfortable for me. I'd like to see that this C pivot, build off of this level and start to push towards the 200-day, that chartreuse green line overhead. 21-day, the 9 EMA, all this spaghetti is just overhead. We made a move through 50% yesterday, Fibonacci's, from this high down to the A pivot low. These two, that's your 50%. Right now, we're above 440. We need to start building more follow through on 440. All right, I'm going to switch screens again. We could see a move similar to what we had 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 12 days up. That's a possibility too. Okay, so not saying that's guaranteed to happen, but that's in the back of my mind. We have this C pivot, that CD Elliott wave up, which could take out Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, that high. Costco is about to break higher here. Costco. Okay, what's Berkshire doing? BRK. What's the symbol for BRK on Berkshire? Let's see. Berkshire. See stock. Okay, Berkshire. BRK. Berkshire B. There it is. Berkshire B. Berkshire Hathaway. Trying to change the direction here. All right, so we're still pushing higher SPY. All right, so Berkshire's been on a little sell signal here. Watching this indicator for it to turn. All right, so we got some buyers at the low there. Go to the 60-minute Berkshire. If you're trading, I think, Raul, you're in Berkshire, right? 60-minute, we're pulling back a little bit. All right, we'll come back to Berkshire. SPY. SPY. Still going here. Still going. The other thing about this particular indicator, SSL channel on TradingView, the other thing about it is it keeps you in a trade a lot longer. If you're a new trader and you're always thinking to yourself, when should I get out? Both a stop, sell signal, and a move higher, sticking with the trend. It's a 1-minute chart, of course, but pretty good. I've been testing this out for over a week now. I like it. These signals are pretty good. So it takes some of the guesswork out. Deltas are plus 20,450. Started the day at 7,000. We built to 20,450. That's telling there's buying pressure. And futures breaking out. All right, building a little bit more here. Okay, looking good. All right, we're starting to run up against this level over here from yesterday. There's some supply up in here. Futures show supply 44.20, 44.22 up to 44.25. VIX continues to drop off here. VIX. All right, Costco. JETS, Jets, grinding higher, Jets. Let's look at JETS, Jets, JETS. Continue to push higher. All right, we got a little bit of selling here, a little bit of selling on SPY. All right, so I'm looking at futures on Bookmap, and you can see two levels, about 4 handles apart, 44.1750 up to 44.22. Price is right in the middle of that. All right, so we got supply and demand right around price and pretty decent volume too. The volume starts to build above 44.22 futures. You got demand or support at 44.18. There's some buyers there of about 300 or 400 contracts. All right, we're dipping into that zone right now, and then below that's 44.15. Jets. All right, they keep coming in here. They keep coming in here. Okay, so this is the spiders on the 15-minute time frame. You can see this buy signal right here and the confirming signal down below. As we start to rise, you can see volume is tapered off a bit, but now it's starting to pick up again. All right, we're breaking higher here. So looks like the bears are running for cover. Bears running for cover. Okay. Tony, check out your DMs. I just answered a couple of more questions. All right, we're still blasting higher here. SPY continuation here. Nice, nice, nice. right, SPY. Okay, looking good here. Okay, 442. We get above 442. I'd be looking to take some profits off into strength. Daily RSI is about to go green. Daily RSI, S&P 500 is about to go green, above 50. Now, yesterday we had a nice bullish candle and we faded. Remember, we're watching for any signs of selling into strength. All right, we start to see any kind of selling. That'll be a reason to take profits off in the strength, of course. Okay, so far this buy signal that started at 1020 is still in effect. We're just trending along the 9 EMA on the shorter time frames. VIX is trying to turn the corner. VIX is at 22.28 at the low of the day here. Still on a buy signal. That buy signal from 10:15. All right, Jets, JETS, Jets. Futures, we got 44.25. They lift their offers to 44.20 up to 44.25. Deltas are climbing, plus 21,400. If they start to drop off dramatically, that would mean that we start to take profits off. Right now, deltas continue to climb, telling me that bids are being lifted along with offers. All right, we're clearing the 50-day. We're clearing the 50-day on the S&P 500. We've cleared the 50-day. Next would be a clearing of 50 on RSI. Okay. So we're back above the 50-day. Still got a lot of work to do. I'm going to switch screens for a second. Okay, so looking for this C pivot. We're above the 50-day. RSI needs to get above 50. Everything looks good. We're running up against resistance, this gray area right here, after bouncing near the 50% retracement. I'm going to shift screens again. Okay, so this looks good. We continue to push higher. SPY is still on a buy signal. You see, we haven't changed. We haven't changed since 10:15. We get that buy signal right there at 10:15, 10:18. We've been cruising higher ever since. We blasted through 440. Now we're just below 442. VIX is showing us a bear flag. VIX is showing us a bear flag. Pushing lower, you can see VIX is on a sell signal. VIX is on a sell signal right there. Okay, same time that the market started to take off higher, we got VIX on a sell signal and still on a sell signal. You can see the indicator in the bottom panel is drifting below. All right, it's trying to start to turn up here. Maybe take some profits off. All right, maybe close some out. All right, VIX is starting to turn. Take some profits off here. SPY, take some calls off here. Keep some for more, but I'd be taking some profits off. Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft. You can see the buy signal on Microsoft around 11 o'clock. It remains on a buy signal. That started yesterday, right there. Continuation on Microsoft. SPY. Looks like people taking a little profits off. Okay, Microsoft. Let's see what some of the other names like Nvidia look like. Some of you were long Nvidia from this morning. This one's a little bit more hesitant, if you will. AMD. Okay, that one's a little hesitant right now. Um, what were some of the other names that were doing well? Semiconductors. Let's go take a look. You can't see what I'm looking at, but I'll just talk about them. Okay, Taiwan Semiconductor. That was one that looked good this morning. Taiwan, TSM. Marvell and TSM still look good. So let's take a look at these. Marvell. Right, that just said sell some right there. SPY. You should have taken some off right there. All right, if you're thinking about puts, this would be the area to do puts. If you're thinking about puts, this is the area to take them, right? At the high of the day, not the low of the day. Puts up here with a stop above 442. SPY, I might actually do that. Let's see, SPY puts. I don't know. Markets feel pretty strong, so I'm going to give it a little bit of time. There's no need for me to do anything right now. If you're thinking about puts, that's the area to do it. Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM. You can see this is a sell right there. Okay, you can see this crossover to the downside. So Taiwan Semiconductor, if you took it from this morning, when it was trading near 98, you're up $3. TSM. All right, take some off Taiwan Semiconductor. That's +3 from this morning when we first noticed it. The strength in semis, even if you waited till 10 o'clock or so, still made a buck or so, buck and a half. All right, Virgin Galactic, what's that doing? Virgin, I see that moving. Virgin Galactic, all right, that's at the highs. Let's see what the daily looks like. Daily, you know what? Let's go to 4-hour. 4-hour chart. It's trying to change direction. All right, so we're just about ready to get a signal. See that crossover down there at the bottom? 4-hour chart. Look at that. Let's go to the 1-hour chart on Virgin Galactic. All right, so this is a little bit more choppy, but it's beginning to turn. You can see the signal is valid. Virgin Galactic. Depends on the indices now. If the indices can find a bounce, buyers here, we should see some of these stocks move higher. Virgin Galactic, you can see a 60-minute buy signal right here, confirmed down below. Let's break it down a little bit more. Let's look at the 30-minute. 30-minute. All right, so more of a sideways pattern. So this could be a false signal. Just be aware of it. 15-minute. All right, starting to look a little better. Got to break above some of these levels at 940. Signal is valid. Okay, that looks good. I don't like the markets right now. The markets, we had a nice run up for the last couple hours. All right, it feels like might be done for the day. All right, Virgin Galactic on a 3-minute, trying to break above yesterday's high. Virgin Galactic. Like to see more volume. Look at the relative volume here, about the same as yesterday. Okay, let's see what else is. Let me go check what's working today. American Airlines, LUV, Southwest, Norwegian Cruise Lines, UAL, ALK, Alaska Air. That's one that Anton likes, ALK. Buyers at the low of the day, ALK. This took off to the upside. ALK looks good. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. Okay, you got an early signal here. See that signal down below? Crossover, pushing higher. All right, so this is an early buy signal on Alaska. Early buy signal on Alaska. Look for a follow through. Confirmed. ALK is an early buy signal. Transports, airlines, and cruise. Okay, there goes SPY. All right, this feels different. This feels different. The markets feel different. Hawaiian. Aloha. Hawaiian Airlines. Remember that a while back where the top part of the plane broke off between, I think it was between Maui and Oahu. The top of the plane broke off. They managed to land. Only one person flew out. I think it was a flight attendant. I think they have Hawaiian Airlines and they have HA. HA is, yeah, Aloha and Hawaiian Airlines. I don't know if they merged or not. I haven't been there in a while. All right, futures continue to show strength. Looks good. Looks good. Tick cumulative is finally crossed. All right. Tick 60-minute. Tick cumulative with a bullish cross. We've got almost 6-to-1 up volume. NDX. 6-to-1 up volume, folks. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's go I'm going to go take a look at the FANG stocks. And I'll update you. FANG stocks. Let's see. So this feels a lot different. We're not fading the highs yet. And puts, we're still sitting here. Either we fade or we don't. VIX is trying to turn up. All right. FANG stocks. FANG. Growth. The growth 15. We've got 11 of 15 stocks are green. Qualcomm is the best. Let's take a look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm, an early signal starting to set up. You can see the low. Excuse me 1 second. Okay, looking for a follow through. It's an early signal here. We haven't crossed over yet, but you can see the signal down below. That's Williams percent R looking for a break higher. Let's go to the 1 hour chart. 1 hour chart is already crossed over. The 1 hour is crossed over. You can see the signal down below is valid. Qualcomm, Nvidia, Amazon, and Tesla. Those are the top 4 on the FANG 15. Tesla, an early buy signal on the 60-minute. Trying to change trends. Tesla, Nvidia this morning was looking pretty good. Early buy signal on the 60, looking for a follow through. Amazon. All right, early buy signal trying to get a follow through here. Let's look at the daily. All right, so this has to bounce. This has to turn. So on the daily, still not set up. So it'd be for scalpers if you were looking at Amazon. Amazon. That looks pretty good. So 30.15 up to 30.60, 30.70. Not a bad move today. From 10.15, the market started to rally. That's when we got a buy signal at 30.17 at 10.20. Okay, so basically you're up 50 points. You're up 50 points on Amazon. Wow. Yeah, catalytic converters, man. Those people that are stealing catalytic converters. All right, ATER continuation, ATER. ATER popped another little high there. Notice it's still on a buy signal since late yesterday on this 5-minute time frame. ATER, that's one that Mondo's trading. There's been a couple of, profit-taking signals here on the 3-minute, 1-minute chart. All right, so this need to go out to the 60-minute. That gives you a better signal. Okay, signal is still very bullish. ATER going for 6. All right, the futures are still fading a bit here. Um, Activity really dropped off. We're still got 21,200 on the deltas for the day, so those are positive, 21,200. We're between supply and demand, right in the middle. Demand is at 44.18. We're drifting a bit lower right now. So if you took puts at the high of the day, you got a nice scalp on it so far. Pan American Silver, that's one that we looked at early in the week. That's still on a bullish signal. Pan American looks good. PAAS. Pan American Silver looks good. I like silver, gold, GDX, and junior miners, JNUG. All right, so we're fading some more. So if you took puts at the highs, you're doing pretty good right now. All right, still fading a little bit on SPY. SPY still fading a bit. Trying to change direction. Okay, so this is a downtrend. We're looking for a break higher. Okay, still more selling. Deltas are still positive, 20,000, 100. All right, ATER is starting to push higher here. ATER is breaking out. Squeeze. ATER pushing higher. Okay, it looks good. Mondo. ATER is going. Want a buy signal confirmed. All right, SPY. Looking for a higher low on SPY. Might trap some bears looking to be short. All right, UU, that's working. UU. That's at the highs right now. Let's see. 60-minute chart. All right, UU looks good. All right, so we've got 13 of 15 of the large caps that I follow are green on the day. 13 of 15 are green. Apple looks good. Apple does look good. Higher highs, higher lows. Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft, Facebook. Complete change in the way the markets have been looking lately. Apple is higher. Adobe looking for that base to form and price to push out of the base. Amazon's higher, about to create a bullish engulfing candle on the bounce. AVGO looks good back above the 50-day. AVGO, Berkshire Hathaway sitting on the 21-day. Cisco, double bottom on Cisco. There was a low back in November that's finding buyers, same level. Facebook, looking for a higher low. Back above the 50-day. Google's trying to bounce. Microsoft's trying to bounce out of a base. Netflix reports earnings, I believe, next week or the week after, 19th or something like that. Netflix, Nvidia. Anyway, Netflix has earnings coming up. Nvidia, PayPal, Qualcomm. All right, the market's pulling back a bit more. Tesla holding up well. Texas Instruments. You know what? Yeah, Texas Instruments looks good. All right, so those look good. Energy fuels. All right, SPY still fading. VIX is looking like a bear flag. Unless it starts to rip higher, VIX. FANG stocks look pretty sound. FANG stocks look pretty sound. FANG 15 look pretty good. What's Taiwan Semiconductor doing? TSM. Taiwan looked the best out of the group. Taiwan's at the highs. All right, SPY still fading. So if you took puts at the high of the day, I know Frank usually does that. Still working, pulling back. Taiwan Semiconductor looking pretty good. TSM, the best looking semi at the moment. Veru bouncing here. Veru. Those of you in degenerate traders, Veru's looking for a bounce. The hourly. Veru. Let's see what the daily looks like. Veru. That one spiked quite a bit, right? Yeah, Veru. What's going on? What's Veru do? Big spike there on Veru this week. Looks like momentum traders don't buy it at the high of the day. I'd be selling into strength here if I was in Veru. Jets pull back a little bit. Dollar Tree 168.44. Looking for target to push higher. All right, not a bad day. Not a bad day. Veru. ADR. Okay, we're coming into lunch hour. Look for ABCD patterns. What's Lulu doing? Lulu looks good. Lulu's at the highs here. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute. All right, Lulu, nice follow through on Lulu. It's been on a buy signal since April 12th at 9:30. Lulu. Take a look at Lulu. Lulu's breaking above the 200-day. I probably might add to it. Lulu breaking out. High of 52-week. 52 weeks. Lulu has 100 points back up to the highs here. A lot of people are not liking that I said that on Stock Twits. You're crazy. I bet you don't have anything in it. Blah, 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 whatever. You know where you can stick your ideas. Yes, I'm in Lulu. I have shares. My kids have shares. I told you that if we got above this 390 zone, that we'd probably see a nice bullish day. That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. All right, you got about 100 points back to this high over here. All right, so finally, day one on the expansion day, looking good. Lulu, patience, one of Warren Buffett's most famous quotes. The markets are designed to take money, basically, paraphrasing, from the impatient and give it to the patient. Okay. All right, Lulu looks good. Lulu looks good. Lulu's up 18 bucks. All right, so this day is different. You can feel the difference in the markets. We're not fading immediately and markedly. They keep buying the dips. This is a different. The markets feel different. So I could be wrong. By the end of the day, we could be selling off. But for now, this feels a lot different. The growth stocks are all moving higher. There goes ATER. ATER have busting a move here. ATER. Nice one, Mondo. ATER. Lulu. Lulu is doing quite well. This is the 200-day right along in this area here that we broke above. 200 days right here. Lulu. Whoops. That's the 200-day right along in there. If you look at the daily, okay, this level right here is the 200-day. Okay, we banged up against it several times. I don't have it displayed, but trust me, it's right there. 200-day. We're pushing through this. Actually, it's a little bit lower. It's a little bit lower right there. We're pushing through. All right, looks good. All right, got a nice signal on this one. On the hourly chart, you can see these. We're pushing higher, higher highs, higher lows. Volumes coming in. We're pushing higher. A lot of people are going to pay attention now that we're above this level. Lulu above the 200-day, looking to add and move stops up. All right, so does feel a lot different, doesn't it? It should. Lulu looks really good. Lulu doing quite well here. I'm happy with Lulu's performance. Okay, higher highs, higher lows. All right, signal's starting to flatten out. It's lunchtime, so we tend to look for ABCD patterns at lunchtime. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I share with you the workflow that we look at every week. At lunchtime, we typically see that A pivot come in. And then during lunch, people take lunch, the trade fades, and then we look for B and C pivots during the day. So that happens quite a bit. Sometimes you get A a little bit sooner. So far, SPY looks like an AB at this point. SPY looks like AB. Okay. SPY looks like AB at this point. Going into lunch, SPY. Okay, if you look at the daily chart, daily. Okay, there you go. Daily chart. No, not the daily chart. Sorry. 5-minute chart. All right, so this looks like an A pivot right now. Looks like we're setting up a B pivot. All right, here's the start of the day here. Here's A, looking for B, C, and then D. The market feels a lot different today, folks. I hope you can sense it because yesterday and 7 of the last 11 trading days, we would have sold the strength and we would just kept moving lower all day long. VIX needs to roll over. It's a bear flag right now. Futures, they keep moving the supply up. I can't express enough how important this is. Futures, they keep moving supply up. They keep moving their offers higher. Aggressive buyers here on Bookmap. If you got Thinkorswim, if you're not using Bookmap, you're missing a lot, a lot. All right, so we got a lower high now. If this can't make it through the highs, 442, then this might be the high of the day. Watching VIX. VIX is starting to turn. Looks okay, starting to spike here. Spike. Good area for puts if VIX starts to back off now. Good area for puts. Okay, we've got a lower high. VIX is really starting to get a move on. Deltas are dropping from 21,000, 22,000. It's down to 18,900. So there's been some selling. We are making higher highs and higher lows, though. That is one thing I've noticed. All right, so if we don't sell off here, that'd be pretty interesting. Watching VIX for a spike. ATER trying to break out here. ATER trying to break out. All right, ATER. I'd take some off into strength here. It's beyond its ATR. Average true range. All right, looking pretty good so far. ATR, nice little pop there. Thanks for that update this morning, Mondo. I got some shares at 530. It's at 530, so that's plus 500 there. All right, ATER still going. ATER, Mondo. Thank you for that one this morning. ATER. Okay, still going. ATER. I'm going to sell some into strength. All right, ATER is ripping here. Shorts are squeezing. All right, so that looks good. ATER starting to get a little extended now. Wow, look at ATER. This thing is going ballistic here. Not that. I don't want that. I want 1 minute. 1 minute chart. 1 minute. ATER. Still on a nice signal here. ATER. Okay, ATER sold into strength there. Yeah, looks good. That's squeezing hard now. Squeezing hard. ATER. All right, so I got to tell you, futures are not backing off much. We're still plus 19,000. Deltas plus 19,000. The best levels of today was about 21,000 plus 21. Okay, each time there's dips, they're not selling it hard. They keep buying the dips. Tick cumulative is crossed over on the 60-minute. We are trading 5-to-1 up volume, 5-to-1. CCJ, CCJ, the uranium stocks. We're looking for a bounce there. Be big on the move. Be big. All right, this is looking pretty good. Market feels different. Yeah, Apple definitely doing a nice job here at Apple. All the FANG stocks look good. Apple's got a long way to go. So Apple, I like Apple too. I like Apple. Apple's on a buy signal since 9:45 this morning. Apple's been on a buy. Apple's been on a buy signal since 9:45 this morning. That continues higher. Let's look at the daily. Daily, here's the hourly. Yeah, nice reversal on Apple. It's on a buy signal on the hourly too. Nice job there, Mondo. All right, there goes SPY. All right, the markets feel a lot different today. They keep lifting their offers. 44.30 now. We were at 44.10, then 44.20, then they moved it to 44.30. Deltas are climbing again, plus 20,000. Okay, looking good, folks. Looking good. Okay. All right, looking good. Okay, we're going to break out here, folks. We're going to break out. They keep lifting their offers. 44.30, that's starting to evaporate now. So deltas are rising again. 21,400, 21,400, 21,400 going once, going twice. Sold to the man in the Cayman Islands. Yesterday, deltas were 1,400. Today, they're plus 21,500 and still climbing. Yes, PS. It's the cumulative volume delta. That's what it is. All right, Apple. Of course, Apple. I like this one. Going into oh yeah, it's 12:25 already. Wow. Okay. I have to go put something in the oven for my kids. They're both of them at home today. Let's see. Okay, let me tune these guys in. Pretty decent day. Okay, if you took all your profits and called it a day, you probably had a pretty good morning. Okay, if you're not sitting here broadcasting, I would suggest take your profits and have a good day. Enjoy your spoils. Enjoy the spoils. Everything's going here. Everything. Microsoft high of the day. Tesla squeeze, breakout imminent. Tesla squeezing here, breakout is imminent. All right, let's look at Tesla, TSLA, Tesla. You can see we're on a buy signal right here on the 1-minute chart. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. Buy signal confirmed. You see the signal in the lower panel and this crossover, that's a bullish signal. Okay. I gotta put something in the oven. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
today urged Estonia to back harsher sanctions on Russia. In a virtual address to the country's parliament, he urged Estonia to support a European Union oil import ban and a complete blockade of all Russian banks. And after hearing a whining sound from under the rubble of a destroyed building in eastern Ukraine, rescuers used their bare hands to pull out a puppy that survived the attack. Its owners said he thanks them for doing everything quickly and promptly to save his dog. I don't see a lot of good news coming out of that area of the world. I'm happy to report that one for you, Scott. Back over to you.
All right, that's Courtney Reagan. I appreciate that. All right, it's time for unusual activity. Pete, tell us what you see, please.
All right, I'm going to start off with Merck. And the reason I'm starting there, Scott, is we have seen a huge amount of option activity of late in the healthcare world. And we've had Pfizer, we've had Merck, we've had all kinds of different names, Cardinal Health. This one, it started really back in the end of March. We started seeing buying. Stock was trading around 78. They were buying the 85 calls. They had 3 since then where we've had unusual option activity, today being one of those. Bought about 14,000 of the May 87.5 calls. So they're going out to May, getting a little bit of time on this, and those are going for about $1.50, 14,000 of those. Arc Innovation, we're seeing some call buying in here, Scott. Matter of fact, it was trading right around 61 bucks. They bought 5,000 of the April 29th expiring 61 calls. So they're buying right on top of it. Now, there's a whole complicated spread that goes with that. But just to make it a little bit simpler, they're looking for something bullish to happen here, and they're looking for a nice move to the upside. Those options were going for about $2.50. Lastly, energy.
Walmart's on the move.
Continues to hit. We've had hits today in Marathon Oil. We've had it in Diamondback. We've had it in Devon. Southwest Energy is the most interesting one for me, though. It's trading about $8, and they bought 20,000 of the May 7 calls. Now, why would they do that? They get a little bit more leverage. Rather than buying at the money or out of the money calls, they're getting leverage. They're going to move as the stock moves to the upside, if that's the case. So I continue to be very, very, very overweight in the energy sector.
All right, good stuff, Pete. Thank you very much. Shares of Delta soaring after earnings. Courtney Gibson owns it. There's the move, 5% now. Another member of the committee is buying the stock in their personal account. I will disclose who that is next.
Nice job on there on Walmart there, Stephen. Nice job. Walmart on the move.
High took alert plus 800. All right, Tesla continuation. Walmart doing quite well here. Walmart looking good. You can notice the buy signal on Walmart at around 9:30. Continuation, like Walmart. I like Walmart. The 1-minute chart continues. You can see the buy signal there on Walmart.
confirmed, lower panel. Walmart's still going, looking good. Okay, Dollar Tree turning.
They're surging today after better than expected first quarter results. There's the move, better than 5%. I mentioned somebody was buying it. It's farmer Jim Leventhal. Jim, you told our producer that you bought it in your personal account. Now I come to find out you bought it for clients. Now I'm confused. So why don't you clarify exactly who you bought it for, Jim?
I will clarify that detail, but I don't want it to miss the big picture.
All right, Target, looking for a follow through. I have shares in Target. Target's on a buy signal as well. Confirmed buy signal, looking for a follow through. Jets at the highs, JETS, Jets at the highs.
When you hear a CEO like Ed Bastian talk the way he did this morning about demand for his product, you have got to pay attention. I mean, the man was positively giddy. Describing the last 5 weeks, highest sales and bookings in the company's history, and he sees that demand continuing on through the summer. There are times where a CEO speaks, and this is no new CEO who's about to learn the hard way the value of tempering his words. He knows what he's doing. He is telling you things are extraordinarily good here. It extends to the rest of the airlines. That's why I'm perfectly happy with Alaska Airlines. And it extends to Boeing as well. Things are very good in the airlines. By the way, that's a pretty good tell of the strength of the consumer. So that's why I'm starting a position in Delta now.
But just to be clear, I mean, look, you have not owned another pure airline stock besides Alaska, frankly, for as long as I can remember. So it says something to me that you buy this one.
Yeah, and you know, Scott, thanks for asking me about that, because if you've flown Delta, you've noticed. I mean, I can't speak for everyone. I certainly have. There is a quality of customer service there that is clearly distinguishably higher than everybody else. Alaska Airlines has great customer service too, but I'm telling you, Delta is doing something different than the rest of them. It makes me want to fly them. I prioritize them and Alaska Airlines wherever I can.
Okay, we got a session high move there for DAL. Courtney, you own Delta as well.
I absolutely do, Scott, and we've talked about it for a while now. There are two things I'm like a broken record on: great management team and forward guidance. And those two things are so important right now in the market that we are in. And both of those areas, Delta is killing it on. They just told you they're going to have double-digit profits going forward. Think about what that means for the airline, and that giddiness that Bastian and Jim picked up on is really due to that look-through. That giddiness from those bookings from last quarter are being driven by the consumer, and the business traveler has not even fully come back yet. Imagine what that looks like. So I think this is definitely a name that you want to hold for that very reason, and not just a trade, but as a long-term holding in your portfolio, at least for the foreseeable future, as we look to really expand upon what we're seeing in the travel space and the trend that is travel. People are tired of sitting at home.
What jumps out to me, Pete, about your commentary that you gave our team today, I fear that the strong demand could be temporary. Maybe you have calls in Southwest. You bought JetBlue calls last
Jets is climbing, Jets climbing.
Calls as well.
Right, all of which are fairly short term, Scott, not going out any further than May across the board for all of them. So, you know what?
High take alert, new high of the day.
You're right. The customer service is phenomenal. I fly Delta all the time. I love the airline. I like a lot of these various different airlines, but I think Delta is number one right now.
Jets climbing.
Potentially would be
Futures.
right? But people have kind of gotten some of that out of their system. They had the greatest March on record. So you almost wonder, is this as good as it gets? Everybody here earlier was all talking about the peak in inflation. Well, peak inflation, maybe we've peaked a little bit in the airline travel. I'm not saying that we have, but I'm saying that is a possibility. So I'm not quite as giddy as everybody else. As a matter of fact, my last 3 flights on Delta have been half full. Just to give you a little bit of example, that was not the case in the previous 3 months where it was always absolutely sold out and packed, and they wanted to buy my ticket. So that's why I kind of scratch my head a little bit and say, you know what? Maybe this is starting to slow down. We'll know a lot more after we get through spring break and all of the different travel that we've had in March. It'll be interesting to see as we get into the summer months.
Farmer Jim, I'm told you're waving your hands like you need to say something.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Deltas are now, supplies now 44.35. They keep pushing the deltas higher, and they keep pushing supply their offers. They keep pushing their offers higher to 44.35.
Testing requirements are removed or lightened up, there's a pretty good chance that international travel is going to shoot through the roof. That's what you should be looking for if, and I'm not sure that it's right, but if domestic demand drops off.
Okay, we'll take a break. Come back. Semi-stocks in the spotlight. In today's call of the day, we'll give you those trades straight ahead. Well, April, Cnbc celebrating Financial Literacy Month. Here's former New Orleans Mayor, National Urban League President, and CEO Mark Morial on why he prefers the term financial empowerment.
Here at the National Urban League, we prefer
Morial. CNBC is referencing Morial now. Unbelievable. Nagin. Nagin's the one that was the governor. Mayor Nagin released from prison. Oh, that was recent, huh? That was the whole wire fraud, bribery, tax evasion that captivated New Orleans. Convicted of corruption. All during that Katrina period. All right, so the SPY continues to push higher. So the data suggests that a change has come upon us. They keep moving the offers higher. And deltas are climbing. Delta is now 23,700. That's the highest we've seen in weeks. Deltas on the positive side. Deltas now are all 24,000 now. The deltas on futures, if you're watching Bookmap, the deltas are the highest I've seen since that 12-day run-up in the third week of March. We had a 12-day run into the end of the month, and we peaked 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, at 46.37.30, 46.37. Now we're starting to see a very, very strong bullish reaction.
Downgrade a day or two ago.
Nvidia upgraded to buy.
We got into this name because we believe in their strategy, growth, and continued dominance in areas of the semiconductor business that make us think that the company's on par with developing a competitive moat like the FANG names. It's really not hyperbole to say that it's one of the most important companies in the world. Very few companies are so advanced in artificial intelligence applications, autonomous driving, gaming, crypto mining, and data centers. I mean, it is just the belle of the ball in this space. So we've owned it for a while and anticipate that we will continue to.
All right, so looking good. What's Walmart doing? Walmart, WMT, Walmart, a little chopping around here now.
Price targets on Applied Materials, KLA Corp, and Lam Research. Not by
Walmart,
for each of those names, but nonetheless,
Target,
Target. You own Nvidia. Again,
and Lulu. Lulu doing well. Lulu continues.
Well, first of all, speaking about Nvidia and adding to what Rob just said, AI, Omniverse, automotive.
Lulu's still going. Lulu looks good.
Laid out a tremendous long-term growth strategy. And guess what? Market didn't care. Why? Because the semis are
Lulu is plus 1850.
of what the macro environment is. And that's unfortunately the reality of where we are in the environment right now. So what you're trying to do with that is you are trying to allocate towards a lot of the semi names that have the growth at a reasonable price. I own AMD, I own Nvidia, and allow for this process of time where we've got these macro headwinds that are going to dominate the semi industry more than any other industry within the equity market, unfortunately.
You know, I just want to touch on the overall market again. I'm just looking as we're having this conversation. Now the Dow is up about 245 points. There you go. 244 and change, 34,465. That's 0.75%. The Nasdaq's good for almost, well, now they're up the same amount, 245. That's interesting. And that's
Lulu, nice move on Lulu.
For the Nasdaq. So we got a nice little move today. Let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll talk about casino stocks getting whacked lately. Our Contessa Brewer is live in Vegas. Contessa.
Well, Scott, you've got record-breaking profits on the Strip. Yep. You've got leisure travel helping casinos set records, check. Rebounding conference business, international travel resuming, check, check. So why this disconnect between how casinos are doing and how their shares are doing? You have questions, I have answers. Ahead on the halftime report.
All right, so having a pretty good day today. Things changed pretty markedly at the open, and lots of buy signals, lots of stocks up and to the right. More importantly, the indices look like they are breaking into a CD Elliott wave up. Don't want to get ahead of my skis just yet, but the markets are at the highs. Watching futures, everything looks pretty good for the most part. I'd expect to see some profit taking. 44.36, 44.35 on futures. We just banged against that. Banged our heads on 44.35. There's some sellers up there. Deltas have climbed to 23,300. Yesterday, deltas were modestly positive at 1,400. Today, we're at 23,400. Deltas are positive. That's a bullish indication and a change of sentiment. We haven't seen a 23,000, 24,000 reading since this 12-day run-up that we had from the third week of March in the indices. So follow through tomorrow, that would be a confirmation. We have OPEX expiring. Now next week, keep in mind next week, all the puts that are expiring, there's quite a bit of puts expiring. Next week, support is not as good as it is currently. We lack support next week. So there's a possibility that we could get faked out here. So that's why I continue to take profits off the table and reduce my risk. I want to get down to about 60% by tomorrow, hopefully. Target pushing higher.
The peak inflation story in full effect. Today, for certain, after that hot PPI read, stocks are higher. You have some people, notable names over the last 24 to 48 hours suggesting that they think inflation has peaked, and maybe the market's trying to buy that story as well. Dow is up nearly 250, Nasdaq's up nearly 250, and there's the S&P good for 40. almost 41 points. That would be a 1% gain for the S&P 500. Casino stocks, they're rallying today too. Our Contessa Brewer is live in Las Vegas with a look at the state of gaming. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. Yeah, gaming stocks are having a good day today, but boy, have they been punished this year. In spite of a first quarter that will likely set records. Nearly $9 billion in commercial gaming revenue in January and February alone, according to the American Gaming Association. That's across all of the U.S. Las Vegas has had particularly strong forward bookings. Average daily rates are setting new records every month for the last year. But look at the biggest operators.
I feel your pain, Anton. Chelsea.
Resorts off by nearly 10%. Look, group business is rebounding. The Las Vegas Convention Center told me it's booking a record number of shows for 2022. International travel is back.
I'll be right back. Let me just go check the food.
Lifted Las Vegas to record-setting profit margins last year. However, inflation is a real worry, and not just for the investors, but also for the gaming CEOs who see it and rate hikes as the biggest challenge this year, according to a survey that will be released next week by the AGA. Derek Stevens is the CEO of privately owned Circa, and he told me, look, he's just starting to see the impact from high gas prices for that drive-in crowd to Las Vegas, really important from Southern California. His telltale metric is shrinking ATM withdrawals. He says it's a leading indicator. Gaming analysts, though, Scott, write that historically there's not a lot of correlation between fuel costs and gaming revenue. So they're going to be looking to see whether those bookings hold, whether people keep here, and whether they spend as much when they come.
All right, Contessa, I appreciate that. That's Contessa Brewer live in Las Vegas. Jim, you own Wynn. Still not making any money, right? I mean, it's still reporting a net loss. When does that turn around?
Yeah, it seems like it's one. Well, it seems like it's one thing after another, whether it's concerns about Macau or, as Contessa very ably pointed out, what's going on right now is concern about the future. When we have all this talk about a recession, whether it's 2023 or later this year, the stocks that feel that are the canary in the coal mine are casino stocks. Now, if you've listened to me, you know that I'm bullish, right, Scott? Of course, you know that. You know that I think that inflation has peaked. I look at, whether it's goods in the supply chain, whether it's labor force participation rate, I see indications that it has peaked, so that canary in the coal mine may have just been taking a nap and is ready to start, flying around its cage and chirping. I think we should be owning Wynn Resorts and the other casinos now.
But see, Pete, here's what I need to sort of reconcile. And maybe it's not just a Wynn-specific story, but the casinos more broadly. If the focal point of growth and certainly steady business operation is in Macau, and then you have this zero COVID policy within China, which is a disaster, how does that make me feel comfortable about owning anything that has such a heavy reliance on that part of the world right now?
Especially when you talk about Wynn and Las Vegas Sands, and you talk about the percentage of the revenue that you're getting from Macau, Scott, you're exactly right. I mean, I think that's been the issue all along. Obviously, we know. I was out there in Las Vegas back in November of this past year. It was public. It was great. Everything was fun. It felt like it was fairly normal. Yes, people had masks on inside and everything else, but that obviously things have changed and it's gotten much more open. That's been great, and that's why we're seeing such great numbers there. But the problem is, when you look at what the revenue by percentage is coming from Macau, that's huge, Scott. I mean, that's massive, and because of that, I think until that day happens, and until that we start to see something change over there in China, we are going to see these struggle. I think that's why I've been hesitant to jump back in. I was a guy who used to trade Wynn and was owned the stock for a long time. Las Vegas Sands, same thing, but I have not touched them since the pandemics began, because I've just continued to look at this and see when are we going to see the reopenings that we need to see where the real revenue is made.
Yeah.
Lulu at the highs, just sitting here at the highs, Lulu. All right, starting to consolidate. All right, so Walmart had a nice run up this morning. Continuation, Walmart. Looking for a push. Target looking for a push higher. Dollar Tree, DLTR, Dollar Tree. Continuation. Okay, let's see some of these names. American Airlines at the highs. Viru, All right, let me look at this on the 30 minute. Okay, that looks good. Hourly. Three-minute. NIO going. Watch NIO here. Watch NIO. Let's take a look at the daily. That's been off lately. NIO has been off lately. Okay, watching that. 30-minute. Okay, it's on a buy. Not that interested. AT&T off a little bit. Apple still looks very strong. That's helping the markets, of course. Apple presently taking a break. Apple. ABCD patterns. Watching Walmart here. Watch Walmart. Walmart's starting to bounce. Walmart. Supply, pretty thick supply, 44.33 up to 44.36. So about 3 handles of supply. There's about 500 contracts up there on the futures, trying to get through that level. Money Magic's calling a top here, intraday. Higher highs and higher lows. VIX is trying to turn the corner, higher low on VIX. Let's look at VIX real quick. VIX starting to turn.
4 o'clock Eastern, overtime. Tom Lee, Josh Brown, Chris Heisey, Liz Young. We got a big show coming up. I hope you'll join me. A few hours from now.
I would join you if you weren't on it.
Courtney, you're first.
Look, I talked about Goldman Sachs. Goldman is in a final trade. It's trading at about 1.1 times book. Goldman doesn't go below book value. It's not getting credit for their asset and wealth management businesses. We all know banking is going to...
Speaking of wealth management, LPLA, wealth management, LPA, yeah, exactly.
Obviously. Who's got JP Morgan? Whoever does go.
I'm CJ. So I completely disagree with what was said early in the show by the headline numbers. They saw healthy deposit growth, net interest income, and capital markets revenues were above expectations. And I think you buy the stock on the dip. Expenses were also in line. To me, it's crazy, that assessment.
Okay. Thank you. Farmer Jim.
LPLA looks good. LPLA, that's one that Anton mentioned on Monday. It was also IBD stock of the day. IBD stock of the day. Wow, that was a quick over because we tuned in late.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead. More than half of Americans now think we're heading into recession, and if history is any guide, they'll be proven right. But that history doesn't cover inflation spikes like the one we're living through now. So we have...
Yeah, it does.
You want to bet on growth, value,
1970s, very similar.
clearly facing challenges, of course, in the housing market. We'll talk to the CEO of Rocket about how this company can make money in this rising rate environment. Plus, our trader today is pretty worried about earnings season, so we're turning 3 buys and a bail on its head. We're going to get 3 bails and just 1 buy instead. We look forward to that a little bit later on, but let's start with a check on these markets with the Dow up 223 points, the S&P up 37, the Nasdaq flying up 237. That horrible PPI report this morning up 11% year on year, not facing this market too much, which is still focused on yesterday's softer core CPI reading and hopes that inflation has quote unquote peaked. The Nasdaq is leading the gains, it's up 1.8% today. And the semis are leading the rebound there with Qualcomm, Nvidia, NXP, and AMD. Nvidia previously down 20% in a week, it's up almost 3%.
All right, we're still pushing here, still pushing. Deltas continue to rise.
Gap, in fact, is on pace for its best day since October of 2020 on heavy volume so you have Zoom and Peloton up 5 to 7%, but so are the travel names, casinos, airlines, the dining names we picked. Marriott, you just heard them mention there at the end of halftime, up 7%. Delta, Brinker, both up 5%. So between retail, restaurants, and travel, investors seem to be betting that the consumer is
Delta's fading a little bit right here, so like to see that continue. LPLA.
Steve Leisman is here with those details. Steve?
Yeah, unfortunately, Kelly, the survey finds Americans harboring some of the most downbeat views on the economy since the recovery from the great financial crisis. And some of these attitudes are in line with those we've only seen during recessions. This is according to the latest Cnbc All-America Economic Survey. The survey finds 47% believe that the economy right now is poor, the highest since 2012. 17% say it's excellent good, the lowest level since 2014. And 26% say the economy will get better. Again, the lowest since 2016. And that is not, unfortunately, the worst part of it. 56% say there will be a recession in the next year. You can see here, it's a level follow this red line across. And look at the shaded area of the recession. We don't ever get to a level that high unless we're actually in a recession. You have to go back to 08 to find a higher number right now. The pessimism extends to people's views of their own personal financial situation. Sometimes we don't see that when we do this time. 22% say they're getting ahead, 13% say they're slipping behind, 52% say they're staying put. This is the number here that's really worrisome. More than 1 out of 10 believe personally their financial situation is falling backwards. In the war in Ukraine and soaring inflation, plenty of reasons to be pessimistic, and 84%, Kelly, say they're economizing now to make ends meet. I have never before bet against the American people. I hope they're wrong.
Well, but do we have this? It's not like we know.
Oh, give me a break, Steve Leisman. He's so full of crap.
Basically, any time in recent history they felt this way, we're going into a recession.
We've been in one.
Or we've been in one, exactly. Sounds pretty bad. But
Never bet against the American people. Give me a break.
Horrible views on inflation that they're blaming the
What a
president
liar.
and other factors for it. You know, the Ukraine war. You name
That was
it,
blatant.
but that
That
they're
really was.
necessarily
That was uncalled for.
as if that downturn is
That really annoys me.
There are mental reasons for this and fiscal reasons because people still have $2 trillion of savings that they can wind down to make ends meet. I think the story here, when I look at this, is not that we've hit these numbers one time. And I think we need to report it when economics, but they need to be sustained. It is possible people to be very depressed and wind up wandering the malls. It's entirely possible. I don't know that this happens, but sometimes you do have big hits to sentiment, and people end up still continuing to shop.
We need a term. I know people are saying inflation recession, but for the idea that we might see that growth, that nominal GDP growth, you know, we might see earnings that are fine and what have you, and consumers continue to be furious about what's happening. And I don't know what to call that. It might not be maybe it is going to be a real GDP
I would like to
recession.
name it after my late father, Marvin, because he was a guy that would drive 20 miles to save 2 cents on gasoline. There is this very strange
All right, LPLA. That looks good.
0.6% unemployment.
That was a nice call there, Anton, on LPLA.
One of the tightest labor markets at a time, and people are depressed. So what you
Big follow through.
if you have 7% of spending, or call it 20 if you want to include food in there, of food and gas, governing 90% of how we feel.
And it's going to spread though now. I mean, that's what I find most interesting. It spreads throughout services. You have people seeing the cost of what they're paying for, swim lessons or you name it, go up because once labor's the common factor, then everything can move higher.
Right, and labor's only one factor, right? That ends up, you're right, pushing up a whole broad range of things. You still have knock-on effects. We saw the PPI this morning, knock-on effects from the Ukraine war. We have a new lockdown in China. We've had reports this week about all kinds of problems in the agricultural business. I saw citrus and the CPI yesterday go up by 3%. Those are big numbers. Those are going to hit people. Let's just hope it's a couple months worth of this and that we start to see a little daylight on this.
Right.
And that's before the consumer really changes his or her mind about how they're going to spend.
Would call it Marvin recession?
Yeah,
I don't know if
I'd like to
he
name
wants.
something nice and
I was
my late
gonna
father.
say,
I just think of him when he's like, Dad, you just spent $3 to go save 2 cents.
Right.
But that's where
The Marvin mindset.
The Marvin mindset, exactly.
Steve, thank you very much. Steve Leisman. Let's go to Rick Santelli. He is watching the bond markets, which have reacted pretty well to yesterday's CPI report and then this morning's PPI data. Just got the results of a 30-year auction after the 10-year yesterday went pretty poorly. Rick, how'd it go?
It seems like the only thing lately that makes yields go up, even for
All right, I'll be right back.
D plus dog plus, a little better than yesterday's 10-year, but not much. Let's go through it. This is the last of $100 billion in coupon supply in the form of $20 billion, 29-year, 10-month bonds. We'll call it 30-year bonds. The yield, 2.815. And even with the when-issue market trading at 2.80, we could see it tailed and not in a good way. All the metrics were very close to 10 auction average. You could argue that the direct bidders was a bit stronger, 18.9 versus 18% 10 auction average, and the dealers took a little bit less, but it really priced sloppy. So there's where your D plus comes in. You know what's fascinating here is we have a holiday weekend. Europe has a 4-day weekend. Tomorrow's the ECB meeting, and the market isn't at all pleased with the way they've been acting, but there's a lot more hawkishness starting to creep in, just like it was with our central bank and our markets. And all that's creating a bit of avoidance. So even though yields have mostly been going down the last couple of days, don't be fooled. Inflation's hot, and the auctions, well, they're not going very well as of late. Kelly, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. So if Americans are bearish, the Fed is hawkish, and inflation is soaring, what's the best strategy for your investments? Our next guest says you don't have to pick just one. He's got picks for playing growth, value, or for being defensive right now. Joining me is Kevin Walsh. He's the president and CIO of Henyon & Walsh Asset Management. Kevin, good to see you again. And do you favor one of these in particular?
I mean, it's been a very difficult and volatile start to the new year, Kelly. Consider that of the first 68 trading days of 2022, 19 of those have involved a daily move of 1.5% or more for the S&P 500. That's nearly 30% of the time. So for those investors who are now looking to get their portfolios back in shape after a very difficult first quarter where the S&P lost 4.6%, we might suggest a barbell approach, incorporating some value-oriented investments on one side of the barbell, growth-oriented investments that have been beaten up the most thus far on the other side of the barbell, and then some defensive positioning in the middle, providing for dividend income and downside protection. Because I'll tell you what, Kelly, these days of short-term bouts of volatility aren't behind us just yet.
So in other words, you want each of these three in your portfolio right now. So let's run through some of the names. Growth, what comes to mind? Why should people have exposure there right now?
Sure. And again, growth's been the most beaten up thus far in 2022. We saw a little bounce back in March, which gave some investors hope and perhaps believing there's some now attractive entry points for growth-oriented investments. So I picked three stocks from three different Smart Trust UIT strategies. For growth, I'm looking at the financial sector and BlackRock. BlackRock, of course, beat their earnings estimates for Q1 by about 7% as they report this morning, and also have a yield of about 2.4%. For the value side of that barbell approach, how about the defense supplier Lockheed Martin, trading at a multiple of just 14.4 with a trailing 12 dividend yield of 2.3%. And then in the middle of that barbell, the infamous chocolate maker Hershey from the consumer staples sector with a trailing 12-month yield of 1.6%. You don't have to be all in for value, for growth, or defensive. Perhaps you want to adjust those allocations based upon your own risk tolerance or investment objectives, but certainly some combination of those threes should prove well for investors over the balance of 2022.
What about the reopening trade? Does it make sense to you that one would keep working here? Where would that fall? Or is that in its own category?
I think parts of the reopening trade may fall in the growth category. If you look at some of those e-commerce names that have been really beaten up thus far, a lot of people thought that those were historically the stay-at-home trade. But keep in mind now, the paradigm has now shifted. Americans are now shopping more online than ever, even after the pandemic. So some of those names, those growth-oriented names in that area, may be worthy of consideration just as much as the technology sector, those revolutionary providers of technology, recognizing that over the past 4 rate hike cycles, Kelly, information technology on average has provided the best total returns across those rate hike cycles. So maybe now is the time to start getting back in technology.
Sure. What about financials? As we've seen JP Morgan notably underperforming the market today, a place where people have wanted to go in the value sector and yet one that has struggled with flattening yield curves and the like. What do you do with that one?
I still believe that the smaller cap regional banks will benefit from a rising rate environment, certainly with their spread businesses. Some of the
All right, deltas continue to climb, and we're pushing through supply. So that tells you a lot about the markets today. They're moving supply up again. They're moving up their offers again. Deltas plus 22,000. All right, we're at the highs of the day. A lot of people calling intraday tops. I wouldn't do that until I see deltas start to fall off. Apple looking good. Apple working. Apple looks good. I'd like to get a BNC pivot, BNC pivot on Apple to trade to get a better entry. All right, a little bit of selling there, a little profit taking. right, so SPY, we ran into some, they lifted their offers up to 44.37. All right. Still making higher highs and higher lows. Making higher highs and higher lows. All right, high of the day.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike.
Yeah. Bite me. Tick strike. That dude got so excited this morning when the Fed raised rates. He acted like he never heard it. That's weird. Okay. Waiting for the markets. The VIX is at the lows here, watching. Had a pretty good morning, so if you took profits here and you just took the rest of the day off, more than likely had a great day so far. Congrats on that. A lot of things following through for you swing traders. LPLA, that's a nice one that Anton mentioned on Monday. That was a stock of the day. IBD stock of the day last week on Friday. All right, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. Tesla and Microsoft look the best right now. Apple's just fading from the high at the moment. Okay, let's take a look at Apple. All right, Apple's been fading. So you can see that sell signal right there on Apple. Ooh, about, what time was it? Sell signal came in at 116 and then confirmed at 119. All right, so we're looking for for Apple to turn back up. Watch this signal line here. Watch for it to turn back up. Microsoft looks pretty good. Microsoft still on a buy signal since 1 o'clock. Microsoft, let's look at the 5-minute chart. Looks good, still on a buy signal. Microsoft. Looking pretty good, eh? Microsoft. pretty decent. Been on a buy signal since this morning. Yes, actually, it was late yesterday. Microsoft late yesterday. It was a buy signal. Microsoft's still pushing here. Looking good. Microsoft, can you go? Microsoft 305. Walmart, what are you doing, Walmart? Walmart, Target. Walmart's getting ready to go again. Walmart. All right, so Steven's all over this one. Steven's all over this one. It's at the high of the day. Walmart. All right, so VIX is trying to bounce off of this double bottom zone, watching SPY here. This might be the top here, watching futures. Deltas are still pretty elevated at 22,000. I'd like to see price hug this area for the most part into 2 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, after 2 o'clock, I'd like to see institutions give us a sign, thumbs up or thumbs down. This is the first day that we didn't fade out of 11 trading days. This is the first day. Actually, after first day in 3, where the last 11 trading days, we had 11 days down, and we had 3 days where they didn't sell into strength. Every other day, they sold into strength. Okay, today is one of those rare days. Let me just shift. Okay, so We had this 12-day run up in the markets, then we consolidated for 11 days or so. So we're looking for the follow through now. Okay, so we're looking for that CD leg higher. Okay, what's he talking about? CD. All right, so we're looking for this pivot. All right, so tomorrow needs to be a bullish day. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We do know that a lot of puts are rolling off, which means we'll have less support next week. So we have to see some really nice confirmation here. There's still a lot of room for the bears to push this lower. You know, so far we have one bullish day. It's not enough. We need at least another bullish day. And then next week we need to push back above the 100 day and the 200 day. 200 day is the chartreuse green. The 100 day is up above. That's the dotted brown line. So we need to get, first off, we need a bullish close today and a bullish close tomorrow above the 21 day and 9 EMA. Then next week, we need to be above the 200 day and 100 day. You can see how that would be pretty hard to do. However, the last leg from A to B was a pretty nice follow through. That was institutions buying on that March 14th reversal. So that's the A, B leg in this Elliott wave up. We just may be completing the B, C wave. And the next wave would be C, D, and most likely take out B in the coming weeks. Now, this kind of move here, this ratio move, if you would, if you call it that, I usually call it a ratio move. What if we have a similar kind of move, or even half of that? We could be back above the 100-day and maybe a test of this B pivot. So far, there's a lot of people in the trading room that are looking at this as a dead cat bounce. Okay, so Apple, glass half full, half empty. All right, watching Walmart here. So we want to see more stocks following through. So this morning we told you that all sectors were green except for healthcare and financials and utilities. So let's go take a look at that right now. Okay, so we're looking even better. So that's a good sign. All of the sectors are green. The SOXL is plus 6%. SOXL is plus 6%. Got a lot of work to do, but looking a lot better. So if the volume gets above what we saw in distribution last week and this week, Monday, Tuesday, we need to get above 70 million shares. I don't know if we're going to do that today, but stocks like Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, having a nice bounce. Stocks like Walmart, different sector, huge bounce in Walmart. All right, so this is a good example. All right, so if you're a new trader and you're listening right now, we talk about number one, what phase are you in? This is phase one. Basically, all of this chop for several months was a basing or accumulation phase. Okay, all of this was accumulation for 18 months. Okay, that's the weekly. On a daily, we had this accumulation, and we had that 147 level that we needed to take out. Now, once we got above 147, the markets took off to the upside. 9, 21, 50-day are all tilted up and to the right. That's your friend. As they say, the trend is your friend. So 9, 21, 50-day are crossed up through the 200-day. Now, the weekly time frame gives you a target of 20 points. Just take the average of this high to low, about 20 points. So that would be 170. Now, IBD looks at 20%. So take 15 and double it, you got 30 points. Okay, 30 points. So 180. So anywhere between 170 and 180 is the target on Walmart. Now, the thing I'm looking at Walmart, you got the 9, 21, 50-day up and to the right. Whenever it pulls back, you look for buyers, and you look for buyers with conviction. All right, so over here, we started to see a little conviction, and then we had this big bullish day, and then the following 2 days, we broke out above 147. That was the trigger for us to take a position in Walmart, still in Walmart, took some profits off here last week on Friday, looking for the dip. Now, the next phase is what happens on the dip. Do they buy it again like they did here in the last week of, or the second to last week of March here, the week of the 21st? They buy it again? Well, it looks like the conviction's pretty high. Looks like institutions are looking for Walmart to be 170. Why would you be trading Walmart? Well, think about inflation. Where you get your best deals? Walmart? Yeah. Costco? Absolutely. So institutions looking at the fundamentals, people having to maybe reduce their expenditures, but they're going to buy consumer staples items. They're going to buy where they think they can get the best price. You know, buy online at Amazon. Check your prices. Can you get it better at Walmart? Walmart sales are up. We'll see a follow through. So the main thing I see here is conviction. After 2 days down, they didn't waste any time buying shares again. It takes institutions days and weeks to fill positions. So they give market makers or managers to fill their positions. And it takes them days and weeks. If they want Walmart, they're going to buy it over days and weeks. Look at all that volume there, all that green volume. That's institutions. Okay. So these are the things I look for. Right now, this is a bullish chart setup, ABCD pattern. Intraday, you've got pullbacks at a 9, 21, and 50 day. They are all tilted up and to the right. RSI is above 50, showing muscle. MACD is above its signal line. Stochastics is spending most of its time above 50. And ATR has been climbing. So the average true range per day has been increasing on Walmart. It's currently $3. So $3, we're up 3.55. So don't buy it up here. You'd be chasing. Meanwhile, futures are drifting a bit lower, so that might be the high 44.40. If you took puts, you probably got a pretty good trade on already. VIX is trying to turn up. Now, the thing I mentioned earlier about selling into strength. All right, we've had 11 trading days down from this B pivot, and 3 days we didn't sell into strength. 1, 2, and this one here, 3. We sold a little bit into strength, so really 2 out of 11 days. Today is number 3. 3 out of 11 days. Can we hold this level? If we start to sell, that would be a very ugly signal. Okay, so if they start selling this, taking profits, I might take some SPY puts here, see what happens. All right, so we got a ways to go to get down to the lows here. SPY puts. Let's see what they're trading here. For Friday, for Thursday, tomorrow. That's cutting it kind of close. The 439s, the 440s are $1.35. I don't know. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt. Does look like a good fade here. We're already $1 off the high. Okay, buyers stepping up here at 44.23. I see buyers at 44.23.75 on futures. Right here is about 230 contracts looking to buy right here. Deltas are still 21,800. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to buy puts. If you're in puts already, you're probably doing okay. All right, I'm going to switch screens again. Okay, all right, so SPY, you can see this little descending pattern that we're dealing with right now. Okay, we need to break that downtrend. Let's go look at the 60-minute. Okay, 60-minute. We've talked about this quite a bit over the last few years, really. Whenever you get in a downtrend, you want to get the 60-minute to move back above its 20 EMA. Now, the 20 EMA is not displayed on this chart, but it's in the upper part of this little channel down. So you can pretty much rest assured that, let me go check before I speak out a turn here. S&P 60-minute. Yes, we're trying to get above the 20 MA, but we just got rejected. So we need to get above 4450 would definitely do it. 4450 would definitely put the S&P above its 20 EMA on the 60-minute. That's really important because we're looking for a change of trend. Looking for a change of trend, okay? So we got this downtrend, more or less, like so. Until this trend breaks to the upside, we're still in a descending pattern. Okay, so we want to get a push above that upper trend line. Today would be one of the first days that we've seen no selling into strength. Still yet to be seen. If by 2 o'clock we start to see buyers coming in, that would be a valid signal because we look for institutions to tell us what they're going to do. End of day, are they accumulating? Tick cumulative is green on the 60-minute, and we're trading 6-to-1 up volume, 5.6 to 1 up volume. So the benefit of the doubt goes to the bulls at the present time, and we've got April seasonality. So coming into April, every time we dip, I gave the benefit of the doubt to the bulls, seasonality. However, over the last 11 trading days, we pulled back. Still not a bad thing. We've got that ABCD Elliott wave up, looking for C and D. The C and D wave would take us above that late March high where we peaked 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, and started this 11-day downtrend. Looks like a bear flag right here on SPY. There's a lot of volume building just below. A lot of buyers building up at 44.24, and we've got deltas are still plus 22,100. Deltas are still positive and bullish, plus 22,150. Plus 22,000. At its best yesterday, we had plus 1,400 at its best level yesterday. Deltas were plus 1,400. Today, we're plus 22,100. So there's still a bit more bullish sentiment, if you will. Buyers are picking up shares right here at 44.24, trying to push higher, and deltas are staying green. Now, this could unwind in a big way. That's what we're watching for, that if this does unwind and it turns out to be another day of selling into strength, then the C wave pivot, BC, is still underway. This channel is still in play, okay? So we really need to see the bulls show up here. All right, I'm not hoping, I'm not emotional. I'm just watching what price action is telling us. All right, so that's that. All right. VIX needs to back off. VIX needs to back off, okay? So we're watching VIX here. That needs to drop off. That's the hourly chart. Let's look at the 3 minutes. A little bit more noisy if you're looking at the 3 minute or the 1 minute. All right, this can bounce around quite a bit. VIX, what we want to see, if you're bullish equities, you want to see a lower high and take out this low here at 22. We want to close under 22. And tomorrow we want a bullish day. Now that I beat that to death, we're just going to spend the rest of today, 2 hours and 15 minutes, waiting for institutions to take us along for a ride, whether it's higher or lower. All right. It is gorgeous outside, by the way, here in Myrtle Beach. I just walked outside a couple of minutes. Unbelievably gorgeous. Yesterday, I was out, I put the sprinkler system on to water the property. And I noticed that the water pressure was really low. It's like, wow, why are these, those golf course sprinklers that shoot water, for a mile? Well, I have like 3 of those in the backyard. And it was like a trickle. I'm like, what is this? So my mother-in-law has been doing a lot of yard work in the back. She's been planting all sorts of different things. And I go back there and I'm like, what is this water bubbling up from underneath the ground? I'm saying, oh my gosh, you know what she did? She was digging out here and she dug right through one of the irrigation lines, found it, plugged it, thought it was pretty funny. She's very helpful, but she thought they were roots. There was roots in the area. She cut the roots and she also cut the irrigation line, not realizing it was a black flexible pipe. I'm like, give me a break. People are always creating more work for me. So I fixed that. Irrigation lines, good. I don't know where I was going with that, but all right. So buyers here at 44.24 futures. Deltas are still very positive, 22,250. And I'm starting to see some aggressive buyers here. So if we do start the reverse, we have supply overhead at 44.34. That's about 8 handles higher. And then 44.40 above that, 14 handles above that level. What do you need? What are you looking for? Chocolates? You know what you need to do? You need to go ride your bike around the block, get some exercise. All right? And play some piano when I can hear you later. Yeah, bring it back though. All right, so VIX, we need that to roll over here, and we need that lower high that I was just talking about. VIX, we need lower highs, and we need this to be a lower high. And we'd like to see VIX close below this level. Right there. I want VIX to close below this level. Okay, so many of our positions will continue to work on the long side. Again, 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, marked the top. I was 79% equity exposure. I've since got that down to 66%, trying to get it down to 60% by tomorrow. Because I'm still not convinced the markets are about to reverse. We've got to put in at least another couple of bullish candles. Closing the upper half of the daily range today. We're up 0.7%, 3+ on SPY. Futures are up 31. Excuse me. So in my retirement account, I continue to reduce my risk. I'm looking to gain cash so that when we do have a confirmed 2 or 3 day pivot reversal, I can start to buy stocks that are showing relative strength that institutions are picking up, and I can confirm it with volume and fundamental data. We're watching 44.24 right here. Futures are testing this 44.24. There's buyers here, but they're starting to dwindle. They're starting to evaporate here. All right. Really hope today turns out to be a close in the upper half of the daily range. First day in 11, where we had yet another day higher that didn't get sold. We've had 3 of those so far, 3 of those out of 11. Okay, let's look at a few things besides VIX at the moment. All right, LPLA. PLA. This is one that Anton mentioned on Monday. Wrote about it on Tuesday. LPLA still going. Wow, that's pretty. That's pretty. Trees are all white. Looks like an infrared photograph. For those of you photographers, that's what it looks like to me. Obviously, the white would be reversed, but watching SPY here. Futures trying to hold on to this level, 44.24. We got sellers overhead, quite a bit of sellers overhead. You okay, here, bud? What's up? Can you turn that down? Turn that up a notch. I think it says 70. Look at that. Just push the little up button to go 71, 72. 72? Yeah, thank you. It's a little chilly in here. All right, so LPLA still going. Let's take a look at some of the winners earlier. Walmart breaking out. Walmart's breaking out. Target not following through yet. Costco go time there. Costco going. All right, looks good. Costco going. Looks good. Walmart, great. Nice job there, Steven. You're Mr. Walmart. You're Mr. Walmart. You trade Walmart quite a bit, right? You got a good feel for its tendencies, right? When not to get shaken out, when to stick with the trade. All of that comes from experience of trading the same things over and over and over. Walmart's been a killer to the bears anyway. All right, Apple still drifting lower, Tesla drifting lower, Nvidia drifting lower, Microsoft drifting lower. So is Facebook. All right, so giving back, this is starting to look more like another trap. All right, futures are starting to drift a bit lower. Still positive deltas, but that could unwind by the end of the day. If institutions keep selling this, VIX is probably going to start spiking here. Okay, I have QID, so what do the puts look like here? Puts. I don't know. I get a feeling every time when I press the enter button that they're going to reverse this. All those deltas. That's the biggest change in deltas I've seen since 3 weeks ago, really. Deltas plus 22,000. Trying to hold this level. Looks very bearish. Just my gut feelings that we're going to push a bit lower, at least 441 it looks like on SPY. VIX is about to pop its head up. So let me see what else I want to take. I want to take off. I just want to get my equity risk to 60%. 60% long, basically 40% cash. All right, it's been a good day. Okay, let's see. That's probably going to keep working. That pulled back a bit. Daily, that's the 1 minute chart. Let's take a look at the daily. All right, so it's trying to take out this high over here. Consolidating for the last few hours. CCJ, Kamiko, a lot of uranium stocks. Those are reversing from the highs. Those could come in a little bit. Let's see what looks like. All right, so that's at the highs. Trying to break out. 1139 is the next target on UU. Okay. Lulu, a little fade from the high of the day. Lulu. It's been doing that a lot. See all these wiki candles here? See all these wiki candles? The 200-day is right in this area, so we want to close above the 200-day. All right, let's look at SPHD. SPHD. That's the fund of choice, SPHD. All right, while we're waiting for the markets, I'm going to shift screens again. Okay, so you know that I trade or I have invested in SPHD over the years. This is still sideways. Compare that to the S&P. S&P has been down for 11 days. SPHD has been up for 11 days with a little bit of consolidation here and there. DHS as well. So these are dividend paying ETFs. I have about 5% of my portfolio in both of these. So 5 and 5. And also have some SCHD. I got about 3% in SCHD, Charles Schwab. And Noble, I have about 2%. These are just dividend paying ETFs. The dividends pay out. Noble and SCHD Schwab, they pay out quarterly. DHS and SPHD pay out monthly. So those monthly dividends or quarterly dividends, I don't need the money. So I just let those dividends roll into more shares, further compounding my growth, further compounding my returns. All right, so that's on DHS and SPHD. These pay out monthly. So the fact that this is moving higher lends me to think that while we are dipping a little bit right now intraday, I'm not that concerned about it. We could see lower lows. I have a hedge on QID. Let's take a look at this here. All right, so growth and value. Okay, so this morning I told you I wanted to see growth and value both bouncing. This is a very bullish signal. Whenever you have both of these groups of stocks, both growth and value, both of them bullish on the day, as long as we close like this, have a very good odds of a follow through tomorrow. Okay, so I'm glad I saw that because growth is in favor, but cyclicals are being bought too. Now the S&P equal weight index. All right, so CCI is almost down to minus 100 and about to turn. I got a feeling the number of stocks trading above their 50-day, if we can follow through, this indicator with the red and the green will turn up. If it does, that's a valid long signal. Where's price? At the 50 and 200 day. Green is the 50, red is the 200 day. So a follow through tomorrow is a early signal for the S&P 500. I always use this for early signals on the S&P because it removes the weight of these top 10 stocks. If that logic makes sense, it should. And we're seeing deltas climbing again. So futures, you might have an opinion that we're going to move lower. However, futures are starting to see deltas climbing again. They've been positive all day. Aggressive buyers coming in here right around 2 o'clock is what we want to see. If institutions are going to support the markets, they'll do it after 2 o'clock. Sometimes they front run. Some of them get a little tricky. They get in front of the other institutions, portfolio managers, but generally they'll look at the markets during the day. And then by the evening session, they determine whether or not they're interested in buying. And a lot of times you see institutions buying after 2 o'clock. That's why I focus on it so much. Right now, VIX is turning lower. Most people expect that the markets are in a shitload of trouble. Excuse my French, Mr. FTC. But that's what people expect. So if you think like a contrarian, you're always looking for reasons why you'll be wrong, right? So if you're thinking bearish, look for the reasons why you might be wrong. This is one of those reasons. Will institutions continue to buy into earnings? They tend to not. They tend to sit back and watch. We have more banks reporting tomorrow morning. JP Morgan was today. A lot of people think Goldman Sachs Wealth Management Department's going to do well. I want to see price tell me what to do next. Tick cumulative is bullish. It's green. These fast signal lines above the tick cumulative line, that's bullish. We're making higher lows, or trying to. And we're doing it on 5-to-1 up volume. So far, our market internals look pretty bullish. So these fades, we want to see get bought. All right. What else can I show you? Let's look at breadth. Okay, breadth. Whenever breadth gets below zero, okay, this is a Marty Zweig idea. This is called the advanced decline percent. And you got the S&P in the top, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in the lower panel. Now, if you look at the minus level or the level below zero as a reason for the markets to reverse and bounce, whenever these move below zero, I'm starting to look for signs of a higher low or a low. In this case, I'm looking for a higher low. S&P is in the top panel, looking for that to continue. So you know that we need to at least see 2 more bullish days, one day tomorrow, and next week we need to see a push above the 100 and the 200 period moving average. Well, these indicators are starting to turn. Could always get down below minus 30. NASDAQ is almost there, and it's fairly bullish today on 5-to-1 up volume. So advanced decline is supportive if we start to see institutions buying today. Now let's look at NAMO. This is a end of day indicator, but we see a little peak. We had a peak back here in March. What happened in March? We followed through and pushed higher. Last time NIMO was minus 24 was on that March bounce. This March bounce right here in the middle for the NASDAQ. NIMO had moved below minus 24. NIMO. This is NAMO. NIMO moved below minus 24 in March. And that was right when the bounce came in. So what else can we look at? Let's take a look at put call ratio. See if this lopsided or not. Okay, put call. This is in the neutral zone. Anywhere between these two dashed horizontals is in the neutral zone. So this is just telling me trending, higher lows, higher highs. So if you're following this train of thought, what I'm trying to do is determine if money flow is bullish or bearish or neutral. So far, it's mostly neutral to bullish money flow. And some of you are looking at the 10-year yield as a reason for caution. 10-year yield still flagging. Every time this runs up, I look for 10-year to flag or consolidate. So at least for today, maybe tomorrow, we could see this flag some more, take the heat off of the growth stocks, let them bounce a little bit, get some buyers in there so we can sell into strength. Looking for some strength to sell into so I can get out of more positions. And what I would like to do isn't like the 3rd and 4th week of April, is to have a better sense of what is working really well. We just went from March, the end of March, window dressing, selling laggards into buying for April. We're only on April 13th here. So this is the second full week of trading for the month of April. April tends to be a seasonally strong month of the year. So I'm looking for that, looking for reasons for the S&P 500 to give me that C and D leg up, right? I'm looking for that money flow. A, B, B, C, C, D would at least test the 1-200 day and 4637. Note we are above the 50-day moving average. That was pointed out by Corey earlier today. VIX is rolling over. Money flow and data are starting to suggest that maybe we see the 2 o'clock give us a bullish signal. All right, so let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. So let's look at bullish percent. We want to see higher highs and higher lows on bullish percent. Bullish percent, at least as far as stock charts, refers to the number of stocks on a bullish point and figure buy signal versus a point and figure sell signal. In this case, point and figure buy signal, looking for a follow through. Now, let me jump back real quick. Jump back one, kiss myself. That's James Brown. All right. AAII bull bear. All right. So as this continues to drop, more and more people are bearish, fewer are bullish. So this is actually a good sign. I'm looking for a bounce. I'm looking for a higher low, something like over here, 2016, when we had that drawdown that led to a rally into 2017. That low right there in 2016 was the election, the presidential election, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Then it started to improve. All right. Over here, 2012. I forget what was going on there. But anyway, we did have some issues with the debt ceiling, the Congress, and everything else. And we had the Greek default dealing with. So we're looking for that, looking for this to turn higher, give us a bullish signal. Where more people are on the bearish side, we want to take the contrarian side of the trade. Let's see. What was I looking for here? I lost my train of thought. All right, so SPY's on the move. So it doesn't matter. SPY's on the move. SPY. Okay, I'm going to shift screens here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, so here we go with SPY. Let me go to the 5-minute. Let's go to the 5-minute SPY. Okay. SPY. All right, so that trend line overhead is it would be a 60-minute. That's a 60-minute channel that we're looking for a breakout. That trend line up there, that's what that is. All right, so look at the signal right here. You see the signal in the lower panel? It's about to cross over. We need to see these lines cross again right here. All right, if they start to cross over, and we get this signal, that'll be confirming signal for a breakout. We're already starting to see follow through. Futures, let's look at deltas. Deltas are climbing again. 23,000, high of the day, 23,400. Deltas are 23,400, high of the day. Okay, so this is looking increasingly positive. Okay, don't forget to be taking profits off in the strength. We want to focus on what's working. Maybe it's financials. Maybe the banks, Goldman Sachs and other financials start to do better than people expect. Everybody's bearish on financials for the most part, with few exceptions. We got VIX at the low of the day. VIX, remember, we need to see VIX drop below this level. We marked this up before. Wanted to see this drop below this level. VIX is starting to do it right now. Okay, VIX. All right, so this is starting to play out for the bull's favor. Okay, this is playing out in the bull's favor. Still got to get above that high. VIX needs to keep moving lower. All right, you can see the signal down here starting to turn. If you got Thinkorswim, if you have an account, check out the SSL channel. I think you're going to find that very, very enlightening. I did. I've been using it for about a week now. Use the Williams percent R. This guy that named it, this particular version of Williams percent, call it the Willie. That's kind of silly, but silly Willie. Willie Nelson. All right, watching VIX here. All right, so far the 2-minute charts, the 1-minute charts, we're getting a lower high on SPY. A lower high here. Okay, here's a lower high. All right, we don't want to see this signal. See this signal's crossing down on the lower panel. Watching up here. Might be a sell signal. This was a nice scalp from here. See that signal confirmed down here at the bottom? That signal was a nice run from 441 up to 442.40. So you made $1.10 there. So if you were trading options in the money, you probably made about 50% on your options in that short amount of time. That's about 15 minutes, 12 minutes. Very good scalping. I mean, it works on every time frame, so this is really good. SSL channel. All right, you can see how this, yeah, this is working out. It's 1 minute, so you get a lot more noise in the 1-minute chart. 60-minute, still watching this descending channel on the 60-minute. Needs to break out. Signal is still somewhat bullish. Wanted to continue higher. Futures ran into resistance at 44.35. There were some sellers. Still got very positive deltas. Deltas are still very positive all day. There's a big change in deltas. That's the most noticeable thing that I've come across in the last month or so. Deltas continue to rise here today. Similar to that 12-day run when that started back in March. VIX, little gap up there on VIX. Watching VIX again. All right, so if you're trading SPY, you always want to keep an eye on VIX. You can see these two just crossed over, these two lines on the top crossed over, and this upper line could be a false signal here. Could be a false signal if this starts to drop back down. Confirmed signal would be like over here at about 140, where this ran higher and this crossed over and pushed to the upside. Watching for that right now. If not, we'll get a false signal on VIX and that'll drop off. SPY will pop most likely. Delta's big change today, so I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls for now, unless they start selling at this time, 215, into power hour. If they start selling, then all bets are off. All right. All right. VIX needs to drop off here, basically. VIX needs to drop. Okay, we're starting to see that false signal there. You see that? All right, so we get a nice little pop. Not to be alarmed. We want to see this lower signal follow through if we're going to be bullish like it did over here at 140, 120, actually 122, 123. That turned up. We got a crossover in the two lines, the signal line, and Williams percent R shot to the highs. That's a false signal. You can see it right there live. Great signal generator, this SSL channel. If you got TradingView. TradingView is pretty cheap. If you just use TradingView just for this signal generator, and then confirm it with your strategies, great thing to have. I think it's something like $15 a month. I mean, it's ridiculously cheap. And I'll get you to set up this in your platform if you like. I can do a video. of it, but this has been really good. Been using this for about a week. I just started talking about it today. I wanted to use it a little bit before I did anything with it. VIX is still trying to hold here. All right, remember, talking about the gamma this morning, what we were looking for, elevated IV, wherein the S&P 500 tested 4,600, and then Brainerd came out with those hawkish comments. It dropped stocks. Despite her notes again yesterday that traders are not going to want to carry many short-dated puts over these next few days into the long weekend. Therefore, very short-dated IV will likely come for sale, plus the back-to-back expirations. This is a Vanna component, and it gives us a bullish edge into tomorrow's OPEX. We've seen it all day long, and it's not just because of price, chicken or the egg. It's also because of this Vanna component, and hedgers and people that have puts are going to want to take those off. They start to look like they're going to lose money. Many of them probably already took it off earlier this morning. We had that nice rally, and we got another one tomorrow. So monthly options expiration. Now Monday is another story. Monday we don't have that support, so it's very possible that we have a nice run up 2 days and then we lose it next week. Hope that doesn't happen. We'll look for signs. All these bullish indications that I've been talking about over the last hour, NIMO, advanced decline percent, put call ratio, VIX, etc. Hopefully give us more of a bullish look going into Monday. Anyway. Oh, they did? They found him? Good to hear there, Prism. So they arrested the guy who shot those people yesterday in Brooklyn? Oh, okay. I didn't sign a contract yet, so I'll go ahead and do that. 50% off subscription. Actually, I think I got a reduced subscription anyway. I don't care. Keep people in business that do a good job is my motto, right? I'm okay with buying indicators or spending money, especially for you people in the trading room. My job is to monitor the markets and give you a no bullshit view. Um, aside from my occasional off the rail comments, I try to keep my opinions to myself and just talk about the data, talk about price, talk about where money is flowing because, that's what it's all about, you know, when to be cautious, when to be aggressive. 3 weeks ago, we were super aggressive. And then when I realized how exposed I was, I had 79% exposure to equities. I'm like, what? What are you doing? So I backed off on that. Okay. Okay, so look at the 1 minute S&P 500. We're on a bullish signal here. See that signal line at the bottom? Also crossing over. We're a bullish signal here, folks, on the 1 minute chart. If we break above 44.38, this is the S&P 500. Look for continuation. All right, so the daily. So anyway, my job is to dispense with the BS and just talk about the markets. Look at what people are also commenting about. If you had paid attention to just one example, if you paid attention to one, this is just one example, all right? So there's been many of these examples. This is the one that comes to my mind. Anton mentioned LPLA, and I said, let me go check out LPLA, right? It was sitting right on the moving average, right there. This is a Heiken Ashley chart, but the point is that we had a 4-day run now. So he mentioned it on Monday. Today's Wednesday. So that on Monday, this was a 2-day bounce and it looked like it was going to break out. It was breaking out actually, right? So I like to look at what everyone is posting in the trading room. All of you post something from time to time. All right, I don't mean to point to Anton. He's been a bit negative lately for a good reason. He's been cautious and he's trying to get other people that's not paying attention to be at least paying attention to what they're doing. So I like to look at what people are trading in the trading room. And if I see a pattern of things that are lining up, I like to point it out. And I like to commend people for the teamwork in the trading room because you're helping us all make money and lose as little as possible. Okay, so I really appreciate the teamwork. Here we go. SPY's starting to go here. VIX is dropping off. So we're talking about this particular trading view. Okay. A subscription, I think it's $100 and something for the whole year. And I'm telling you, it's worth it just for this one indicator. Between this and Bookmap and the strategies we already use, this is great. This is great. I really love what I'm seeing here. Like I said earlier, you learn something new every day. Last week, I was learning a whole lot of new things because I really hadn't given TradingView much consideration until I saw Brent over at Spot Gamma using it quite a bit. I saw Mikey's been using it lately. I know Cayman, you used it a little bit. I think you were just using the free version, right? Or did you have indicators? I'm not sure. But this is worth it. I mean, for every trade that it gets you into, you're paying off that subscription to. And I sound like I'm pushing. I'm I'm a salesman for TradingView, but I really like what I see here. This indicator is pretty awesome. Been using it intraday, and you can see several scalps in here on VIX in both directions. Same thing with SPY. Now, confirmed signals here. Okay, that's the daily. Let me look at the 5-minute. Okay, so you got several really good signals here. All right, so look at that signal this morning, right? Late yesterday, you got this crossover. The green and red lines crossed over in price action. This Heikin-Ashi chart gave you a buy signal. Now, you could have sold that, but it ran higher this morning, pulled back, and gave us a nice follow-through signal. You can see the Williams percent R in the lower panel kept giving us a strong signal. It was above the minus 40 level. Just kept giving us, you can see the green line just kept climbing. And right now we're starting to cross over again. So if this does cross over, we got a buy signal right there, looking for it to do what it did in the previous buy signals into power hour. Now we need to take out the high. I don't see that yet, and I'm comparing it right now to Bookmap futures. We've got 44.34, 44.35 just overhead. That's supply. If we get through supply, then SPY is probably going to break out. VIX is probably going to drop off. So everything's lining up. Everything is lining up. All right. I'm going to do a video. I'll do a video on using SSL channel and the setup, the settings that I'm using. Still need to see a follow through. You know, this creates signals, and of course you got to use common sense as well. You know, you can't just like go balls to the wall and put your whole account on red and hope for the best, because whenever you do that, invariably the roulette table shows black or 00, whatever the hell it is, and you lose everything. You know, you scale in, scale out, depending on what the markets are telling us. This is the first decent bullish day that we've had that we're still in the upper half of the daily range, and it's we only have an hour and a half to go, a little bit more than an hour and a half. So this is a change. Deltas are starting to fade. There's still that possibility we could fade from up here. So I'm on pins and needles. I'd really like to see us follow through. Learn something new every day. Learn something new every day. That's my motto. If you don't learn something new every day, you wasted a day. All right, so I kid you not, every single day of every week, 24/7, 365, I'm constantly thinking of better ways to perfect my and our trading strategies and our percent winners, because you know we've had some losers. AMD is a classic example. I used to that word classic. AMD is a good example, right? AMD is a loser. I mean, I'm down more than 10% on AMD, but I'm not going to sell it. I'll sell covered calls or whatever. And Riot's off a little bit, but AMD is trying to push higher. Riot, I've already sold covered calls. I sold covered calls a week ago for $5.35 or $535 per contract. That gives me, for every 100 shares, that gives me $500 of downside protection. And if I keep doing that, that $20 or $15 stock essentially becomes a cost basis of zero technically, I mean, theoretically, you could get it down to zero. You could keep selling stocks that don't move. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but something like Riot, for example, IV is very high. It's like 100 and whatever. Let me check really quick here so I'm not wrong. Riot. Okay, whenever implied volatility, if you got Thinkorswim and you're using any method to calculate IV, we're at 102% on Riot. So 102%, anything above 50%, I'm thinking about selling premium. AMC is still high at 131%. That was 139 to begin the week. Now, with Riot, okay, here's while I'm watching the markets here, I'm just going to do something for the new members. All right, so here's Riot, okay? So when Riot was up here, I was buying an average right around 18. But I saw this range, okay? You see what I'm looking at? And that immediately said to me, okay, I got a range and I have high implied volatility. So bingo, my head, there's an alarm goes off. It says, if it's high implied volatility, I want to be selling premium, right? This is likely to just keep going sideways. All right, so I sold the 20, let's see, Riot, I think the 20 call, the January 20 call. They were very high price. Riot, yeah, the January 20 call. All right, so up here, my average was right around 18 before I sold the covered calls. I sold them for $500. So that gives me $5 downside. All right, so 13 is my cost basis now, below this level. So we get down to this lower trend line, we start to show a sign of a bounce. I'm going to buy those covered calls back probably at about $2. So I'll make $3.50, $350 per contract times 5. So I'll continue to do this because I see these ranges and then I immediately start thinking sell premium. I'm okay with riding this a little bit lower because now my cost basis is down here at 12. Now let's say this bounces again and gets back up to 22 and it doesn't follow through. Then I'll probably sell the 24s in January or something like that and let it come back in. Now that's an additional, let's say $500. So that's $1,000. So that's going to bring my cost basis down here, at $8 to $9. So if I kept doing that long enough, you could see how my cost basis would get down into the 4s and 5s. It's just a simple strategy, but if you think it through, obviously the market goes to hell in a handbasket. I'll probably close those puts and just call this a day. But this is a good way to make money. You can also sell premium. A lot of you like to sell premium, on a stock. If you don't look at this downtrend here for the last 11 days, you look at this uptrend, selling puts as the markets are rising. It's a bullish trade. Selling puts knowing that you might get assigned at say 18, you make $200 or $300 per contract. This is bullish. And when it gets to the highs here, you cover your puts, you buy them back to close, and you make $200 or $300 while the markets are rising and you still have a position, or maybe you have no position. You could do credit spreads as well on big names like Nvidia. Let's take a look at Nvidia. All right, so Nvidia is sitting here at support. Okay, so are we going to bounce? Do we start to rise? If we do, maybe you want to sell some puts down here. Maybe you sell the 210s. You'd have to have enough money to cover 100 shares, though, 210,000. Or you could sell credit spreads. You could sell, let's say, the 220 and buy the 215 for protection or something like that. And you get a credit for that spread. Lots of ways to make money in this market. It's not just about going long and buying a bunch of shares, because most people go long. The majority of the markets go long. And if you're an options trader, I think there was a statistic that Grover posted in the room while we're waiting for the SPY to do something here. Grover posted a CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, statistic that 78% of options expire worthless, something like that. It was in the 70 percentile. So you have a 30% probability of winning or getting in the money versus a 70% probability of not winning if you're holding options to expiration. Now, most of us wouldn't do that. You're probably just doing it for a scalp or a day trade or a short-term swing. But always want to be putting the odds in your favor, knowing that you could sell premium and make money. There are people that just do that. That's all they do is sell credit spreads. I have buddies that do nothing but that. Once Nvidia starts to move higher, they'll sell credit spreads. They'll sell the close to the money put and buy like 2 strikes out of the money for protection. And they make the credit. They make $200 or $300 per contract that they sell that way. Now you have to have the margin to be able to do it, but and the approval. But it's a good way to make money. Watching SPY here. Futures just chopping around. Now you could be somebody like some of the rooms, some of the other channels that we have that just about buy and hold, for several weeks or whatever. Speaking of buy and holds, what's Lockheed Martin doing? I was thinking about Lockheed as a trade. All right, so that pushed higher. So Lockheed's already starting to follow through. I'm going to switch. Give me 1 second here. So I wanted to buy some aerospace and defense names. These are just grinding higher. Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and they're okay, I guess. RTX, Raytheon, breaking higher. Raytheon. Look at the weekly. Raytheon looks pretty good. Okay. Boeing. Not much going for Boeing. Still in this descending. Look at the 10 EMA, the orange line. The 10 EMA is still drifting lower in a downtrend, playing counter trend trades. That's okay. L3 Harris. L3 Harris looks good. That's fading a little bit more. All right, General Dynamics. And one of Anton's favorites, Spirit Aerosystems. All right, nice follow through, Spirit Aerosystems, SPR. At the 50-day, Spirit Aerosystems. Oh, what's AA? Was it AVAV? AVAV? All right, so that's at the highs. AVAV. Air, AIR. Air. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks good. Look at the weekly time frame. Okay, look at this big base, big cup and handle base. Okay, so that's a measured move of about 15 points. So that gives you 60. That gives you 60. That's a pretty good one there. I like that, Anton. Air. All right, SPY starting to go here. I'm going to shift back to okay, shift back to SPY here. Okay, SPY. Descending channel on the 60. We need to follow through. Need to break higher. Okay, we need to break higher. Okay, that looks good. 1 minute chart. All right, we're on a buy signal on the 1 minute. Watch this signal here. It might be a false signal. Need to break above that high, 442.50, 442.50. All right, looking for the breakout. Yep. KHC, Kraft Heinz. Nice push today. Kraft Heinz. Kraft Heinz looks good. Been on a buy signal since March 22nd. Kraft Heinz looks good. KHC. Big cup on KHC. Big momentum on KHC as well. All right, so that looks good. All right, SPY, looking for that follow through. Looking for VIX to drop off. VIX, we're starting to drop more. Marked this up a little while ago, earlier. We're looking for VIX to drop off. Okay, we're looking for VIX to drop off. We finally got that move lower. Okay, lower lows, lower highs. How you doing, Joel? I generally don't do covered calls on ETFs, only because their IV percent doesn't get that high. All right, let me just check real quick before I misspeak here. SPHD. SPHD. Let me just check this real quick before I misspeak there, Joel. Calls. All right. SPHD. Yeah, it's 16%. Yeah, oh, there are funds that use covered calls in their funds. Okay. They're ETFs that use, all right. Well, I don't have a position in either one of those. If it works for you, just look at the history. Look at history. SPHD, DHS, and 3% in OBL and SC. All right, so SPY continued. VIX is dropping off. VIX is dropping off. Thank you, LA. Appreciate that. Yeah, I like that, Nick. I like that idea. I could see that happening. I could see it happening. She presented a pretty good idea, Kathy. So the next step is always money flow, price and volume. Yeah, Nvidia. A lot of the FANG stocks pulled back quite a bit this morning. Yeah, they all did that. I mean, I looked at it like a half an hour ago, and yeah, everything was moving lower. Yeah, true. All right, so if you like Apple, Apple gave you a pullback. VIX is still dropping off here. Apple, maybe we take some Apple. Okay, the 1 minute chart still drifting a bit lower. No signal here. Either one of these, no confirmation. Let's take a look at the 30 minute. 30 minute. 30. All right, so that's on a buy signal. Let's look at Nvidia. Nvidia had quite the reversal off the low. It's starting to turn now. Okay, let's look at the 5 minute chart on Nvidia. All right, big reversal off that low. And look at the confirmation signal right there. See that confirmation signal? Okay, good. Nvidia, nice scalp on so far. All right, Nvidia, there goes SPY. All right. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for a bullish day, closing the upper half of the daily range. That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. VIX is dropping off. Change in sentiment. We're looking for futures to continue to push their offers higher. And that's what we're seeing. All right, so deltas are climbing, 23,192. Okay, everything's working. Nvidia's working really nicely. There goes Microsoft, Tesla. Okay, these look really good. These look really, really, really good. Really, really good. Okay, tick cumulative is green. We're trading higher on 6 to 1 up volume, 5.5 to 1 up volume. Everything is falling into place. LABU, I haven't looked at that much today, but that's up $1.60, LABU. Looks good. Looks good on Nvidia. Okay, stop right there. Okay, so far. All right, so you got that level. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Right there. That high over there on the left. Pretty decent risk reward. Pretty decent. All right, so that's good. Nvidia's still going. Nice. Nice. All right, SPY's still going. All right, looks good. Nvidia looks good. Thank you very much. There's that trend line we've been watching for. Okay. That trend line we've been watching for. On the 60-minute time frame, we were looking for this channel down to break out. Okay. SPY's still going. My buddies over at Warburg. UBS. They're still in the city. I get a message every once in a while. I can't share the comments. Curse words. UD. You know, it's interesting. These firms have such elaborate R&D research departments, and you have all the tools available to you. They're out there on the internet. Some of them you have to pay for. Some of them are free. Information. Remember when you had to go to the library and have to flip through a card catalog to figure out where a book is? I mean, it's so easy now. Unbelievable. Anyway, we have everything out there. You just have to have the desire, the patience, and the passion to go get it. Go get it. You know, Charlie Munger with his comments like, don't accept defeat. You know, never accept defeat. You know, Basically, Charlie Munger talking about if you live a profession or you live a passionate existence, whatever it is that you're passionate in, will eventually benefit you in the long run, right? There are places where you're going to lose, obviously, make mistakes, but hopefully in the trading room here, you can learn from other people's mistakes. Everything we do, we're going to have some losers from time to time. AMD is a good example. AMD is one of my losers. You know, we're looking for AMD to turn the corner, and it looks like it's about to do something. Nvidia looks good. Nvidia, you can see a signal here on Nvidia turning on this low on the hourly. You're not always going to be right, but you got to stick to your strategy. If your strategy works 80% of the time, you got a good strategy. You just got to pay attention to your stops. And it's all about money management and risk management. My risk management, as I've mentioned to you many times now, has been need to reduce my risk. Okay, so my risk management right now is all about, you know, this 12-day run up and taking profits into this and reducing my exposure on this pullback. Once this starts to bounce and we get a confirmation follow through, then I can start to increase my risk again. It's just a method to follow every day, every week, every month, every year. Consistency breeds success, right? A lot of very smart people in the trading rooms. Yeah, Frano, just come up here under indicators and go over here and just type in SSL. Okay. SSL channel right there by Erwin Beckers. That's what you want to select. Okay. So just click on indicators and type in SSL. And it's right there, SSL channel by Erwin Beckers. I don't know who this is, Miss Becky. There's several different people that have this set up, I guess. Works good though. Works really good. I've been testing it for a week, back testing it for even prior to that, and now real-time testing it. It works really well. Works really well. Takes the brains out of it, out of the trades. I suppose I don't know, with Pine Editor, I think you could probably set up an algo, right, to buy and sell on Thinkorswim or on TradingView. All right, Apple's starting to turn here. Apple's a good setup here. Apple starting to turn. All right, Apple looks really good here, folks. Let's Apple. I might buy some calls. Let me do that real quick before it takes off to the upside. Looks like it's going to go. Maybe we'll get one more bullish day, Apple. So I'll buy some cheap calls for tomorrow. Maybe for next week. Maybe not. 5, 6. All right, so yeah. Apple. Next week's calls. All right, Apple looks good here. Apple. Let me see. Let me just check something out here. Apple. Daily. Are we starting to see a little follow through? Let me look at the 60-minute. All right, 60 minute. All right, you got a valid signal there on the 60 minute. Let's look at the 30 minute. Okay, Apple's starting to print. We also have a squeeze on Apple. All right, so you can see this indicator on the bottom is starting to rise. It's helpful that the indices are also moving higher. All right, we're squeezing on Apple, starting to move higher. Apple. Squeeze. All right, so if all of these FANG stocks follow through, maybe this gets going. Apple, 171 was the high. 171 was the high. All right, VIX is trying to turn. VIX is trying to turn up. All right, S&P 500, S&P 500. Above 40. Okay, so possibility. All right, VIX is starting to spike. SPY is starting to see some profit taking. TDS light, is that what you call it? TDS. 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 TDS light. I don't see it there. Which one of these came in? The DMARC TD sequential alerts? Is that what you're looking at? Okay. Yeah, just let me know which one. Is it that one? Oh, I see what you're doing here. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, SPY starting to bounce. Watching Apple here. Watching Apple going into the last hour of trading. Apple. Okay, no follow through yet. No follow through. This signal needs to turn back up. See this one down here starting to turn. VIX is rolling over again. All right, ES futures. We had a little bit of selling, about 4,000 deltas lower than we were a little while ago, about 15 minutes ago. We're still at 20,100, 21,100. Here comes some aggressive buyers on the futures here. Aggressive buyers. Thanks. Thanks, Cayman. Okay, Apple's starting to push higher. Watch Apple here for a breakout. Looking for this to cross over back in the other direction. You can see this is pretty noisy signal right now. Noisy signal. It's on a long signal right now. This needs to turn up sharply higher. This signal needs to turn up sharply higher. American Airlines before. American Airlines at the highs. AMD. Trying to push higher. AMD. Apple. Okay, I'm watching the signal in the bottom panel here. All right, aggressive buyers here. Futures, you got aggressive buyers coming in. Futures. Their offers are evaporating as we push higher here. Futures are going. Futures are going. There goes SPY as well. Okay, so starting to see a follow through. Okay, looks good. All right, you can see the signal down below crossing up. Looks good. Yeah, I'm using TOS version of Bookmap. There we go. Breaking out to the upside. Thank you very much. Apple coming out of the squeeze. Apple. Okay, it's been on a buy signal since 2:15. Now we just need to see a breakout. Let me go to the 5-minute. Okay, new signal on the 5-minute. Need this to turn up. SPY looks good though. SPY looking good. Okay, there's that trend line overhead. That's the 60-minute breakout. That trend line is a 60-minute breakout. That trend line overhead is the breakout level. All right. Starting to break out. Starting to break out. Need some follow through energy. All right, the futures, they move their offers up to 44, 43, 44, 45. All right, so look a little choppy here. Maybe take some profits off the table if you're reducing exposure, like I've suggested. All right, LABU pushing higher. Tesla's plus 30. Tesla. Tesla, Apple. All right, LABU, LABU. LABU looks pretty good too. LABU. All right, working well here. All right, watch Apple here. Watch Apple. Apple's starting to move. Apple. What's ATER doing? ATER from this morning. Okay, so we managed to sell into that strength this morning. Sold over here. Okay, it's been moving sideways. All right, so Apple looks good. Nice signal here on Apple. Looking for a follow through. Cleveland Cliff. Looking good. Riot. AMC bouncing. AMC. See, looks good. AMC. Pop on ANC. Apple. Looks good. Apple. Okay, looking for a follow through. There goes the SPY. Futures. All right, looks good. Yeah, a lot of it. Yes. Yeah, Ali, that's correct. A lot of it has to do with that. All right, looks really nice. Really nice. We've got a nice follow through here. Good job. Good job. Tesla's up 31, trying to get back up towards the highs. Tesla. All right, SPY is still going. Apple. All right, SPY pushing higher. VIX still dropping off. Nice job. All right. All right, let's look at the FANG stocks. I'm looking at FANG, different window. Tesla's going. Wow. What a big change over the last few days, right? Where we were seeing selling into strength. Most of the time, we were seeing selling into strength. If, I don't want to jinx it, but if we do continue higher here, we close in the upper half of the daily range, it's going to be a big deal. All right. So close in the upper half of the daily range would be a big change. Still not out of the woods. So if you're If you're thinking bearish, there's reason to be bearish. If you're thinking bullish, we need at least 2 more bullish days. I'd like to see a bullish move tomorrow that takes us back above the 200. We got back above the 50 today. A move above the 200-day tomorrow would be awesome. And then follow through next week. We have less put support with this OPEX. We have less put support. After OPEX. SPY still going. I'm sure there's a lot of bears who can't believe their eyes. You know, we had a half point hike. We had a half point hike. Why aren't we like moving lower? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It depends on what they decide to do with it. Tick cumulative is green, so the only way that tick cumulative can be green is if they're buying more than they're selling. 5-1, almost 6-1 up volume on the Nasdaq, and we continue to thrust higher. Apple pushing higher. Apple doing well. Okay, I talk about this a lot as far as ABCD patterns, the morning trade versus the evening trade. If you miss the morning trade, don't be in a hurry. Wait for the evening session where you're probably going to get a B and C pivot on stocks that are bullish when the indices are moving higher. So with Apple, if you waited until you started to see a good signal, you had an opportunity in the evening session. Now we're starting to break higher. Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft. All of this looks good. Thank you, market gods. Thank you to the market gods. Tesla breaking higher. Nice SPY at the high of the day. I would be taking some profits off. Okay. So I see some of these buses are winding up. They're showing up in live right now. They're showing up in Washington, D.C. Migrants being bused from Texas to Washington. Live pictures on Bloomberg. All right, nice day today. A lot of things moving higher. Cleveland Cliff taking off to the upside. Cleveland Cliff. There goes Cleveland Cliff, CLF, the steel stocks. Look for them. There goes Cleveland Cliff. Boom. All right, let's take a look at the daily chart. Okay. Daily chart. Let's look at U.S. Steel and Nucor. Nucor. That's going. Nucor is breaking out. Nucor. All right, that looks good. Nucor looks good. Steel Dynamics. Steel Dynamics looking for a break higher. 60-minute. Steel Dynamics, 60-minute, about to break out. Yeah, Tesla, nice. That's nice. PS, I agree. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, most stocks are up and to the right. If the stock that you're trading or are staring at isn't moving up and to the right, I would suggest moving to something that's working. Costco, Dollar Tree, Target, Walmart, up and to the right, higher highs, higher lows. Walmart, having a good day today on Walmart. Look at that move here. Beautiful move on Walmart today. Look at that move. That's beautiful. Walmart. All right, that looks good today. Walmart having a good day today. VIX dropping off. All righty. Costco pushing higher now. Costco on a buy signal on the 30-minute continues. It's flagging right now. Apple looking for a follow through. Okay. SPY. Good. SPY. We're right at that trend line. All right, looking for a breakout in SPY. Tesla looks good. Target. Yeah, all of these look good for follow through tomorrow. Apple's going some more. Goes Apple. Apple. Walmart looks good. Apple, yeah. All these look good. Apple. SPY at the highs. SPY at the highs. All right, looking for a follow through. All right, SPY breaking out. SPY breaking out. All right, so nice follow through. Yeah. All right. R1 right here, SPY. All right, nice follow through on Apple. Thank you. Microsoft taking off to the upside. A lot of stocks taking off. Good job. All right, what a good day. Apple, nice follow through. ES, Delta's rising. ES. Delta's plus 25,000. Delta started the day at 7,000. We're at 25,000 now. And continue to push here. Facebook going, Microsoft going, Tesla's flagging at the highs, Cleveland Cliff, other stocks look good, up and to the right. VIX dropping off, down and to the right. Walmart looks like it wants to go end of day. There goes Costco and Dollar Tree. Costco, Dollar Tree. Probably. Dollar Tree, nice pop there. Target looking for a follow through. Walmart looking for a push. Costco at the highs. Nice. SPY, Apple at the end of the day here. We've got a little bit less than 23 minutes to go. 23 minutes to go. for the regular session. Dollar Tree, one more shot to the highs. Nice. SPY is still pushing. This is crazy strong action here. Futures, deltas. Wow, this is really something. Really something else here. Delta's rising. 25,000. Sold those SPY calls too soon. Yeah, I can see that. SPY, nice breakout. Wow, what a day. We've been looking for one of these days. Many of you have been trading the short side for the last 11 days or so. So, hey, that's good too. Now the reverse is the case. As much fun as you were having over the last 11 days, now it's starting to look like a follow through underway. All right, about to break out again. Yeah, futures are doing quite well. The biggest change I've seen is the amount of deltas that have traded on the bullish side, 25,600, 25,700 here. The biggest number we saw yesterday was 1,400 plus, 1,400. We're at 25,600. I would take some things off into strength though. Reset. Nice opportunity here to take some profits off. Reassess the markets. All right. We've got 13 minutes to go. My bad. We've got a little bit, 17 minutes to go, 18 minutes to go. 18 minutes to go. I was looking at the wrong time there. All right, VIX at the lows here. VIX at the lows. Apple starting to see some selling on Apple. A little profit taking there.
Let's look into Apple now. Apple MacBook shipments have been delayed after lockdowns in China slowing production. Apple ticker AAPL. As we're looking into this, as Apple shoppers are facing longer wait times for the company's flagship MacBook Pro laptops, that a sign the COVID-19 lockdowns in China may be contributing to delays.
A little bit more profit taking. Take some profits off. Take the opportunity to take some profits off here. SPY. It's trying to break out of this channel. Looks like it's going to.
So looking again to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 406 million to the sell side.
406 million to sell. 406 million to sell. Nvidia, nice move on Nvidia. Nvidia, goodbye. There goes Nvidia. Apple's likely to go too. Apple's likely to go with. Most of the FANG stocks getting bought today. Nice. SPY about to break out. SPY's about to take out the high of the day. Imminent breakout right here. Here we go. Bye-bye. 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 All right, this looks good. All right, Tesla trying to take out the high of the day. Dollar Tree, high of the day. Walmart looking for an end of day run here in the next 15 minutes. Walmart, IWM, risk on. IWM, beautiful, beautiful. Starting to turn. There goes SPY. Bye. Goodbye, SPY. Look at that volume at the end of the day. Dollar Tree. Wrong symbol. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. Nice follow through on Dollar Tree. Looking for a lot of stocks to gap up tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. VIX still dropping. VIX is still dropping. All right, so earlier we were looking for the lower high. We got it. And we also looked for the breakdown. We got that too. VIX continues lower. Trying to get a crossover here at the low. But with OPEX tomorrow and the Vanna trade, I'm thinking that more puts will come off and expire. And we could see VIX moving a bit lower. And then Monday, we'll have to reassess the markets on Monday because there will be no put support like there's been. Selling, selling, selling.
We're on our way from the final orders ahead of the market on close imbalance.
All right, got some selling here. Okay, looks like profit taking, but somebody took some off there. All right, VIX, a little bounce.
The market on close imbalance settling now at 357 million to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance settling at 357 million to the sell side.
VIX still pushing lower. Trying to get a signal here in the lower panel on VIX. All right, pulling back a little bit, SPY. We've got a little less than 8 minutes to go, regular session. A little more. VIX trying to bounce. SPY. All right, looking for a follow through tomorrow. Most of the FANG stocks seeing a little profit taking end of day. Makes perfect sense. All right, more selling into the close. Profit taking. All right, more selling, profit taking. People that's not interested in holding into tomorrow. Little profits there at the end of the day. All right, VIX bouncing a bit. VIX SPY coming back. Had a nice day today. So if you're just day trading, take some profits off at the highs. Looking for the follow through. AVAV, nice follow through. AVAV. Nice follow through on AVAV. Continuation. Deltas are still, despite the little fade here, deltas are still at 24,700. That's the best day in quite a while. We're up at 26,000 at one point, about 3:45, a couple of minutes ago. So I'd like to see another day like today with rising and bullish deltas and see if we can't test the 200-day moving average. It is a couple of minutes to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, the 13th of April. You have 5 days left to File your taxes. File those taxes. Pay Uncle Sam or Aunt Samantha. All right, it's been a fun day today. I hope everyone had a pretty decent day. Not everything is going to work well. Hang in there. Have some patience. Most positions will work at some point. Let's see what ARK-K looks like. ARK-K. All right, looking for a bounce there. Let's look at the Qs. Looking for these 3 candles to start to lead to a reversal. All right, I'm going to switch screens here. Okay, so what we're looking for today was a bullish day.
The US continues to consider more sanctions for Russia.
Okay, so we were looking for a bullish day. Actually, we were looking for it yesterday. And we wanted to see it close in the upper half of the daily range. So you can see the range today from high to low. So we want to stay up here above the 50-day. Last thing we want to see is in the next 3 minutes just selling like crazy. I don't think that's going to happen. I see deltas are pretty high at 24,500. We're off the best levels of the session of around 26,000 deltas. There is a bit of supply overhead now at 442.50 and 4450. It looks a little aggressive selling here, end of day, a little aggressive selling. But at yesterday's low, we were down about 5.5% from this B to this C. So tomorrow, would really like to see a follow through. I have no idea what they're going to do tomorrow. Okay. But a follow through would definitely be indicative of a more bullish change in sentiment. Now, a test of the 200-day would be awesome. I prefer we didn't gap up. I'd prefer if we just start a nice rally through this level tomorrow. But markets don't care what I would prefer. At a minimum, if you're bullish, you need to see a bullish day tomorrow, similar to today with tomorrow's OPEX, monthly expiration. If we can manage that. Oh, that's the 4 o'clock. Sorry, that was the bell. I missed the bell. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. That's because of any coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Wednesday the 13th. That's 4 o'clock p.m. Have a great evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I hope you had a good day. I certainly did. Take care, everyone. Ken, see you later. Freno, take care. Robert, take care. Everyone in the trading room, take care. See you tomorrow. Ciao.